you on your back, legs over the head, sitting on the ground, Indian style? Like, what are we talking about here? You tell me. Don't think about it. You said that you did it. Oh, don't tell me you can't remember from 11 years ago. I mean, I just, that one time I sucked my own dick. I completely forget about it because I'm so straight.
I'd have to find the painting the guy did of it.
It's on my
wall.
Lying on the floor, legs over my head. Wow.
That would be my headshot. At Studio 54.
What's the truth? What's the real answer? I was sitting on the ground. You were sitting on the ground. I don't think in your bed legs. In a bathroom. Whose bathroom was it?
Guest bathroom.
Of where?
My parents' house. In the servants' quarters. Out on old Cape Cod.
So you're sitting there. How are you sitting? Indian style?
No, just like down front.
So you're just sitting there, grab the back straight out, and your back is straight.
I was in my bed and I put my legs, like I pretty much just go into a ball.
Stop! You're doing it. You're knocking over the face.
Yeah, like that.
Standing.
No, I can't do it standing.
You can do it standing? Yeah. Guys, who wants to see him suck his own shit? I mean, it's been a hell of a show so far. Alright, so show us how you would do it.
You getting it?
Whoa! Shit! Holy fucking shit! Oh my god.
Congratulations.
Sucking dick for Twitter followers.
Yes, I have it.
Oh my god. I fucking love
You could puke on your own dick.
Oh, that's the other thing I can do. I can throw up on command. You can what?
You can throw up on
command. I'm missing a muscle in my stomach because he has reflux, but I can just kind of
No! Puke on it!
No, don't. I could have done it. I could have done it. What are you going to do? What do you mean? Where were you going to puke just now? Well, on the stage? I got it to here. Jesus Christ. It would clear out a room pretty
The only way I can make myself throw up is if I stop my dick in my own See, that's weird. I can only throw up by eating my own ass. That's the only way I can.
Holy fucking shit. When have you used the throwing up thing to your advantage? I never did it to get out of school. Because, I don't know. It's weird, but it's nice if I blow too much. Honestly, it's nice if I drink. Like, I took like a couple shots extra. It's been nice. It's just like, I don't want to get that drunk. I am light as shit, Dallas. Yeah. I did it in like,
So I was new, and I legit. I'm not saying what it is.
Start doing it. Wow.
The most famous musician.
I take you more of a lacrosse type of guy. Did you get along with Mr. Belden?
Magic dude.
Say something like that?
He's like freshman year. Musician. So he's a magician. He's there at a 5-year-old's birthday party.
The cash up successfully mixed.
That they had a chocolate fountain that was made out of their kid. They took him out. Tell these parents, this is some wild shit. He disappeared. Dude, I look over, I see the famous.
I was solitary. I enjoyed my own company. Yeah.
Hey, who do you guys want to have lunch with? Bill's got weed. Jerry's got a 6-pack of Camaro. And I was hey, Matthew can suck his own dick.
Yeah.
I don't know, let's let Matthew eat by himself.
Yeah, I got it. I can watch it. Good job.
Willie, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
Suck his own
Yeah, it's in Spanish. Just have to know.
And when you said you were not that flexible, like, who are you comparing to?
Whatever. That's pretty much something I've never seen before. Like you could go deep in your mouth. You're way more flexible than.
You see my rally for the Cowboys? The Dallas Cowboys just signed?
Is that coming time? You're such a man. You're like you're blowing yourself. I'm a fan of the Ravens, and my team plays. You even trick yourself. Everybody playing my team's game. My NFL team's game. You're such a dude that you don't even tell yourself. That's right. And you're covering your own mouth and then you yell at yourself.
Then you punch yourself in the eye. Do you like drink pineapple? Do you like drink pineapple juice just to treat yourself on weekends or something like that?
You must have lost the shit out of your ass. You clean your ass well good before you
Go Axe body spray on the old brown eye.
That was something else.
Paramount.
I see one hobby, Paramount Disney.
Yes. Are they low hanging?
The latest game is gonna be on CBS and Paramount.
I got a different plan of get my imagination
Yep.
I mean, I'm not smart. The Rabbi smart.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looked like. Any dead dogs or dead cats in your neighborhood?
What do you guys want to watch for right now?
Have you ever killed a bird?
No, no.
I've never killed a bird.
It should be NFL or NBA going on soccer.
So there's an upcoming one.
What about NBA?
That's the one thing. It says FIBA inviting basketball director. I think it doesn't have like some features because it's so low for the subscription.
Yeah.
You know, when I see the things that my opponent has been saying about me, it makes me throw up.
I'll oil my hair.
What's that, Brian? I didn't catch it. What did you say?
The microphone just committed suicide.
I like that.
I stumbled.
Yeah, I think you'd be a great congressman, Matthew.
Should I get NBA TV? It's only $8.99 a month.
Can I ask you this and be honest? NBA TV, I like NBA, MLB.
Yeah.
MLB TV. That's another one. Or should I say, fuck it and
After
get
you
the
have
zone?
that number immediately available.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking psychotic
so?
right there. This month.
That'd be cool. That'd be something cool.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Do people, I feel like guys do, have you ever like sat down and written down a list?
No.
To keep
Good
down
damn.
a spreadsheet?
It's like a girl thing, man.
No, I can't. I'm cool. I can watch the fucking UFC now. Let's go.
I like numbers.
It's sparkle time.
How do you,
Sorry for cussing.
have you ever watched WWE?
There you go.
I have it in the past, yeah.
Only the ones
Backlash is coming out.
something.
Yeah, all the raw sex is it.
But I have the feeling that Matthew even uses a condom with himself.
In WWE times?
You keep it
I'm
safe.
sorry, Backlash.
Yeah. What's the craziest
No
thing you've
tie.
ever done?
Whoa. What's this?
Suck my dick. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Matthew Broussard, everybody. There you go. Anything you want to promote, Matthew? Anything other than your Twitter? Anything other than your Twitter you got coming up? Oh, yeah, check out my Twitter.
I can't share the screen.
I have a website called MondayPundit.com. It's puzzles. They're really fun. You should go check them out. There you go. Matthew Broussard. Monday Punday on Twitter.
Dude, do it with something. Don't make it black.
You just really
You'll
can't
make it black?
Don't. Hey, Abel, wherever you got me black.
That was crazy. I've never seen somebody bend that far.
I think it's just Discord itself. It doesn't allow it to
We
stream.
can do one more, actually.
Okay.
So
When I use the XP,
I have to keep it quick.
a YouTube stream,
Let's do it. Alex Dwong, everybody.
YouTube
Alex Dwong. Here he is.
I use, but from my use,
Dude, guys, I'm crushing the
YouTube
pussy.
TV is good.
Even
YouTube
with
TV?
the braces. Ladies, let me know, alright? I go downtown. But again, shave, because I got the braces, alright?
No, don't make
Stuck
it.
in there just, singing about you. I'll keep you there all day long so I can think about you.
I'll be right back.
It's happened recently. And then I woke up next to the girl and she was like, you're my first date. I was like, there's 8 million of us. You're statistically failing, boo thing. Come on. But I have been a lot of girls' first Asian guys, and it's been nice because I feel like the ambassador to the great thing of China. Oh, these are our cultures. These are import, export, and the dude. I've been enough girls' first Asian guy that I feel like I can call my penis the United States of Vietnam. Soft landing, I'll take it. All right, guys.
Your face looks like Kenny Lyon's body.
Oh my god.
And your eyes are the low-hanging nipples.
Oh.
They're spread apart. You can clearly see. Kenny, are you around? Come back up. Take your fucking shirt off. He's gone. Anyway, those are some real braces, huh?
They are.
Holy fucking shit.
What made you get braces so late in life?
I don't know. Just I'm an actor too, so I was like, I need to do it a little quicker. And get them while they're hot.
It's your OCD and MSG? Is that what it is? I could have said that differently, but I think people got it.
I like the pubic hair joke. It's you can like even reference the flavor saver and all the other gross things that have to do with like it's keeping the girl for later. Where you like smell your little hand while you're driving.
All right, I think the braces are coming off in 2 weeks, and I think it's time to move on to just you have an ugly face material. Like if you're gonna make fun of yourself, you just gotta go for it.
You look like the guy that takes your money when you go to the massage place.
Yeah.
You're the guy at the front desk next to the neon foot.
Yeah.
And you look like a client.
You're the
All
sad
the time.
You're the sad start before the happy ending.
Alright.
Fuck yeah. When those braces come off, you're gonna have to talk about your giant teeth.
Yeah.
Although you have really
smiles.
big lips though. Like you have nice like sensual lips.
Yeah.
You can suck your own cock. Can't you?
Yeah. What's a crazy thing that you can do that we wouldn't believe you can do?
I drive really well.
That's bing bong.
Ping pong.
I said bing bong. Hey.
Oh.
Oh, you're the one with the MSG joke.
Oh, come on. Ping pong is just as racist as ping pong. Oh. All right, maybe not.
So you've never had a traffic accident?
Yes, he's definitely.
That must suck when you're Asian and you get into a traffic accident. Just the look on the person's face.
I knew it.
You know.
I knew it. Had to. No, I used to race cars in Texas. So
You went from the braces to the braces. Fucking moron.
But you took a swing at it.
Yeah, totally. What's the coolest thing about you, Alex?
He raced cars in Texas.
Yeah, that's cool.
the joke's actually real.
And you could always tell which race car driver was Alex. He was the only one going the other direction. Do you do jokes about driving a race car in Texas?
No, I don't.
You should. Yeah. You're a race car.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you did in your life that's cool.
Yeah.
You should probably talk about that, Alex. That might be a good idea.
Let's see, where's that list of cool shit I can talk about?
Instead of grinding out jokes that are about your braces that are coming off in 2 weeks, so they will have no lifespan.
I used to
no braces. Sometimes pubes would get stuck between the braces, and that was like uncomfortable. And, so sometimes I would have like a hair stuck in these braces, and
It's a visual.
And until the hair was out of the braces, there was hair in my braces.
And then I killed 47 people racing cars, and I had to quit and start comedy in Los Angeles.
Went down on a girl in a race car once. That was a story. Like something like that.
He's gonna be bombing one night, like a year. He's gonna fucking pull the braces out of his pocket and slap back on. Do the classics.
See a problem. Brace yourself.
That's the album.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Alex, we got a flag. Thank you, Alex.
Yes,
Ron.
Alex. Good job.
He's on Twitter at Dapper Dawn. We're at the part of our show where our two regulars, there's two young ladies that write a brand new minute every single week on this show and perform it. They've been doing it since the start of the entire show. It's like their 90th time pretty much doing this. It's always exciting and fun to watch them grow. Put your hands together for your first regular tonight. She dropped out of the University of Florida her senior year after trying stand-up comedy here on Stoltoni. She's been going up pretty much every night since. Put your hands together for Kimberly Conway.
The guy that I'm seeing now said that he wanted to be friends with benefits, and I was really excited about that because I've never had 401k before. I know I have trust issues because I always accuse my boyfriend of cheating on me, and I don't have a boyfriend. I hate people that get attached. Like the guy I'm fucking right now is super obsessed with his girlfriend. I think life's not fair sometimes. Like a guy can play with my hair and it's really cute, and if I start doing the same thing, it's voodoo. That's it.
It's fine. Are these four different guys in each joke that you're talking about? Are these all the same guy?
I know. It really makes sense.
There's a way to tie that all together.
Yeah.
Of course, like not resetting every time, you know? Felt like there was four different guys. Like there's another guy who I'm dating, and you know,
You describe him. You know, he's redheaded. Like there's something about him.
right? You could take the Alex Duong approach and just talk about the pubic braces.
Kim, when you do more than a minute, do you actually have like 3 to 5 minute bits? You know, like, or is it more?
Stories?
Yeah, because like I mean, those were all pretty decent, but it was all very familiar. It was very set up, knockout, set up, knockout. I just wonder, do you ever take those your best ones and make them tags for longer jokes, or you do? Yeah, I didn't know if you just did that for 5 minutes.
No. When I come up here and do the 60 seconds, I just like to take as much setup from Sean. I'm not that good at the storyteller where I can tell a good one in 60 seconds.
I like the premise of the friends with benefits thing. I was thinking, like, what if you said, I want a guy, I'm dating a guy who I really just want friends with benefits, but he's black, so that would mean I'd end up with Obamacare.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. There you go.
Wrap that up at the gift shop. It's all yours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, attachment joke. That's a good song.
Which one is that?
You know, from before
I
the
hate when people get attached.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
just lucky. Such a girlfriend.
You know what I'm saying? Like you just don't have to, you know, just go into the next thing. It's important that if you're talking about a guy that you're dating or a guy or whatever, just to keep it on and tag it.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to do less than a minute. You know what I mean? Don't reset it just to fill it up because it's actually like crushing last. You're breaking it up by resetting it.
Yeah, exactly. Because all those jokes seem like you could easily have made that 1 minute, but it seemed like every time you're like blah blah blah, next joke, blah blah blah,
Like I made
next
a
joke.
4 jokes and stuff.
Yes,
Do you
exactly.
only look at your notes if you bring your notes up with you? Yeah, that's the best. Unless you just want to fall back on it.
No, it's always worse than me.
Have you thought about writing one card?
Right.
I don't know where I got that from. Maybe you just came to me, but I'm.
Well, there you go. You did it again. Another great minute from Kimberly
That
Congdon.
was great. Great job.
Kimberly Congdon is Kimberly Congdon on Twitter, Instagram, everything. Always fun. Our other regular, put your hands together for a regular on this show, regular on Dysentery. Very, very, very funny. The stylings of Sarah Weinstein, everybody.
What's up? Went to my parents' house. I saw my dad using a shoehorn. I feel like if you have to use a shoehorn, you should just get a bigger size shoe. Because normally you can just like wiggle your way in. I looked up shoehorns because I'm really alone. I looked up shoehorns for about an hour last night, and I found out, guys, that shoehorns were from the Middle Ages, which makes sense. But I feel like we're not churning butter anymore, right? We're not, okay? The bubonic plague, yeah, that took that out. How come shoehorns were made? That's my question. You can also use shoehorning. The word shoehorning, which is a verb.
Did you have anything more for shoehorning as a verb?
Yeah. Well, I just think that it's cool that, like, that it's also, like, well, first of all, on Wikipedia, they refer to it as a first-class lever, which I found really funny. I meant to say that.
Yeah, it's just weird for me, guys, because I'm old now, and so I used to always think shoehorns were dumb as fuck until I actually started using them, and now I really like shoehorns.
Really?
That was Brian Redband shoehorning a joke into the conversation.
No, I mean, like I have really expensive shoes, and it's really hard to get in. There we go. But when you get in them.
That's how you use it as a verb.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's also the only form that does not make a sound.
Yeah, I thought about that too. Yeah.
Have you ever tried to play a shoehorn? You look like a real asshole.
That's not true. There's the Horn of Plenty. There's the Horn of Africa. Yeah, there's a lot of horns.
The Horn of Africa?
Yeah.
The Horn of Africa. Yes.
What is that?
Yeah, come on.
Sorry, for those of us who don't know the Horn of Africa.
It's a racist horn.
We're getting really horny up here, guys.
That
And
was came from Good Hope. Came from Good Hope.
I don't even know.
I think that's what you meant.
Yeah, but it's a thing. The Horn of Africa is an actual thing. It's a curve.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
It's what I'm doing because we're on a podcast, and I'm probably wrong, but if you dig in,
Brian's literally asking Siri what the Horn of Africa is.
it says right there.
It's a peninsula in northeast
Came
Africa.
with Good Horn, it says.
Juts hundreds of kilometers from the Arabian Sea and lies along the southern side of the Gulf. That makes no
This
noise.
is all stuff, Sarah, that you're not going to want to use for the
Don't
channel.
use it. I'm just calling you on your shit. Just you're so full of shit with your horns that make no sound. So angry.
If you're going to go, if we're counting geographical horns, then you can go right ahead.
Okay.
But again, just like I don't think people are checking the generational wealth of Eric Carter's bloodline of Mississippi, I don't think they're going to apply the geographical horn.
Horn dogs make the noises.
They make all the noise.
Corn dogs.
Wait, I thought you said horn dog.
You're just completely forgetting what we're even talking about.
I know.
Aren't you?
I know.
You went from shoehorn to corn dog. Look at you. Look at you over here. Well, I love it. I mean, it's a very Weinstein topic, you know.
What about other articles of clothing that you would use a horn for, like a bra horn? You know, because women have those push-up bras, and you need a horn. I need a horn for that, guys. Right.
Yeah. Pants horn.
An ass horn.
Yes.
Asian
I like
girls.
that.
Yeah.
Spandex horn.
You know, some women have camel toes. They must have pants horns.
Yeah.
Maybe they could make like a dick horn. that only Matthew Broussard would play. I'm gonna apply it with his mouth. Sarah, that's fun. We had fun. Good times. Shoehorn. Anything else, guys? Any more shoehorn ideas?
Well, it's obviously something like you found really interesting and funny because like that came out. That was one of the biggest things that a lot of people up here they're kind of talking about stuff. You're like listening, you're like, yeah, but you don't really care. Like that obviously is something that you're like, Jesus Christ, Dad, why are you using a shoehorn? Yeah. So that's great. It's flesh it out.
Well, all right.
Look at your shoes, by the way. You're wearing Chuck Taylors that were like 5 years old right now. You obviously would not understand shoehorns.
I love how defensive you are.
Baby about shoehorns over here. Seriously. You're wearing like fucking old shoes.
Oh my God.
You're a shoehorn hater.
You didn't fucking talk about
You're gonna get my shoehorn when you fry it from my cold dead hands.
Oh, a shoehorn.
Fucking
On your
got a
Achilles
shoehorn in
heel,
my car.
Literally. Sarah Weinstein, thank you so much.
She's Princess Shank on Twitter. Unbelievable as always. Guys, Willie Hunter did it. Will Hunter Show on Twitter. At Josh Martin Comic, at Elise Lane. Greg Fitzsimmons, anything you want to promote?
Yeah, Give to Wounded Warrior Project.
There you go.
.org.
Fuck yeah, I love it.
Definitely.
That's true. How you gonna follow that? He did something really nice. You're just gonna promote
I'll go
yourself.
completely selfish. Yeah, my special Big Dumb Animal comes out February 6th.
Yes!
Comedy
Central 1 hour.
Yeah. Good job, brother.
Powerful. I loved having you guys. Matt
This is fun,
Bronner,
man.
Greg
Thanks for having
Fitzsimmons, Willie Hunter, Brian Redband.
I'm
Thank you, live audience. We
Later.
love you.
Thanks,
Good
guys.
night. Ding Dong Show is up next.
That's right. So done. Second picky part. Can you tell me right quick what would be a better motor for my Sky? Gallon 12 or gallon 24? 24. I didn't know pizza places made motors. Could you tell me right quick what would be a better motor for my Mustang? A gallon 12 or a gallon 24 or 24? Here's my other thing, but what year's your Mustang? Can you some work info?
Hi, everybody. Happy Monday to you. Almost episode 100.
Why the Galileo?
Hi, everybody. Welcome. You guys ready for a crazy?
Yeah, why the Galileo? If you can, I like anything with 5 swap on top of Ford. I can't get enough of 5s.
Running off today on radio.
It's the best engine Ford has ever made. There's so many parts for it. You get so much power out of it. Get the 5
The money we made. Sarah's in a week. Sound
That's right.
just putting on top of it. I'm glad you did it.
So done.
Sound good?
Looks like we're gonna keep on. Can you tell me right quick what would be better motor for my Sky? Gallon 12 or gallon 24?
We always have fun every week here because they're monsters. So, yeah, by the way, a big thank you to the people around the world that bought tickets to that major event.
I didn't know pizza places made motors. Could you tell me right quick what would be a better motor for
Mondays feel like Fridays. How you
Let us know who the pedophiles are, you said. You emphasized that the president and FBI director each had complete authority to release Epstein's client list.
Mondays feel like Fridays. How you guys doing? There's a lot of audience. Mondays feel like Fridays. How you guys doing? There's a lot of audience. We're here again. Almost 90 something. Hey, got there. Oh, our lovely meal. What is it? Is it fantastic?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh, fuck yeah. You know you're in for a good meal because our only sponsor, Elise Lane, is sitting right over there, everybody. Formation. Last week she cooked for our guest Russell Peters, and he hired her to be his new chef. She started today, and I'm on the fourth list of top rated comedians, Russell Peters. He was on last week. We have two more awesome guests tonight who are unbelievable. I'm very excited about that. You had a fun week? Holy moly! It's a packed Monday night at the Comedy Store. We did it again. Hi, live audience. Fuck yeah, this is so exciting. I'm glad you guys are here. We have another crazy show where us comedians and two other hilarious comedians always watch newer or recently transplanted comedians. And we talk about comedy. You guys excited or what? It's like our last episode of 2014, everybody. So we're doing a little New Year's blowout. Not really. I mean, nothing really changed from the original format, but
We are filming in 4K now, so we're going to have a crazy high definition Kill Tony's coming very soon.
technology.
Yeah.
Everybody. Technology that North Korea can't fuck up.
And we got a new sound recorder, and we had a benefit show, so we're getting a new sound system put here in here for the belly room.
We raised a bunch of money to put new speakers in here. How about that?
Yeah.
Instead of listening to it instead of listening to live shows on these two
Car speakers.
Yeah.
That were stolen from somebody's car in the parking lot.
take a quick look at how small those two speakers actually are
There's only two.
at a world famous comedy club. You walk inside and there's two AM radios hanging from the ceilings.
That's what they look like boom boxes.
Right, it looks like it has a dial that would get scratchy in between things.
Yeah.
Laney, be careful, there's a new camera there.
Yeah, don't touch
Super
that camera.
expensive. Laney and Jerry, put your hands together for them. They make it to pretty much every episode, these two. It's like if I had real parents. They're sitting next to our one and only sponsor, eating her own delicious food. It's the great Elise Lane, everybody. She's here, live in the flesh. She made something delicious tonight. And normally I read, the crazy words that, she's a gourmet chef, so it's hard to say some words. And one of the things that we did in 2014 is we came up with a part of the show where Josh Martin
this was actually his idea, is he reads it and he has a speech impediment. And if he fucks up at any point or pauses or stutters or says something dumb, he gets hit in the nuts from Brian. And we did this, 6 or 7 times, and it was a lot of fun. And
I think a lot of people thought that we were hurting him when it really was his idea. He likes getting hit in the nuts.
Yeah, he loves it.
He pays women to stomp on his balls with high heels, so it's nothing.
Well, that part wasn't true. So we're going to do it one more time. It's one of our favorite segments of 2014. One last time, Josh Martin reads what we ate tonight, what the gourmet chef cooked for us. And if he fucks up at any point, he gets hit in the nuts. Are you guys ready? Or will Josh get hit in the nuts? It's that time. Now, you know the deal. I'm going to hand it to him. You guys get in position.
Yeah, what weapon should I use today?
Well, just make sure you don't. Something that happened a couple times is you accidentally tap him in the nuts before he fucks up. So be careful not to do that. Wait until he fucks up. Hold on, because he tries to read it before each time.
Yeah.
I don't want him to read it and get warm.
I just want to find out which word I can fuck up on so I can get in the nuts.
He wants it bad tonight. All right, you guys ready for this? If he fucks up at any point, he gets hit in the nuts. It's pretty simple. It's Comedy 101 to get you guys warmed up.
All right, stop reading it.
Just read it.
Tonight we have roasted chicken with lemony Mediterranean orzo with cherry tomato. Just give me the nuts.
Oh!
Cod, tomato, olives, better cheese, mint, and lemon zest.
Very good. One tap for each testicle, and he's out. It's true. It really isn't as funny as it used to be. It's completely lost its momentum.
Well, he doesn't feel the pain. Like if somebody was up and actually.
Yeah, the whole thing's just creepy because he likes getting hit in the nuts. One thing that does still work, and that we've been doing for the last 5 or 6 weeks in a row, is bringing up our favorite musical guest. He's so funny to us. Put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is. Here he is, live in the flesh.
Tell you a little bit about myself. My name's Pat, and I'm a prophet. And I'm here to tell you about the end of the world. It's coming very, very soon. So enjoy this song. Oh, you still can. You sort of wonder why do we live here? What the fuck are we doing? And where we gonna go in the big shit house? We can't survive here. It's a fucking desert. Have you seen this baby? Yeah, do it well. You can travel this land with your dick in your hand, in your head, right up your ass. But there's a record fucking drought that has to line it in and out. Let's see how long our water lasts. What do we live here? What the fuck are we doing? And where we gonna go when the big shit comes? We don't belong here. Probably gonna be an earthquake. And we're all gonna die. don't aim to be there for in time. I'll just watch it on TV. The rising waters will envelop the coast. The sun will scorch our backs. Keith Richards will be safe in a magic boat with magic charms and handbrake dad. I've been a douchebag, been a scumbag, had a brass as a count. At last it was all in vain. There's no maternal variation. One day be a Reagan will survive the end of days. One more time, why do we live here? What the fuck are you doing? And where we going through the big shit times? Why do we live here? What the fuck are we doing? And where we going through the big shit times? Why do we live here? What the fuck are we doing? And where we gonna go? With the big shit on. Why do we live here? What the fuck are we doing? Better move to Indiana before the big shit comes. Thank you guys. Yeah, Pat Reagan. I know it was weird, but thanks. That was amazing. Pat Reagan, everybody, is on Twitter at Patty Reagan, Pattyregan. One more time for Pat Reagan, everybody. I love it. So awesome. You know, every single week, we also have a head of security that stays with us during the entire show, keeps us safe. Used to be a guy in a $5,000 Iron Patriot outfit. Iron Patriot's sort of like a patriotic version of Iron Man. And there was a guy that had this amazing suit and said he was a big fan of the Death Squad podcast and that he wanted to be on it. So we let him be on the show wearing this $5,000 Iron Patriot outfit for 20 or 30 some episodes, and the show started to get bigger and more popular, and he said that it was because of him, and he left the show and demanded that I only contact him when it gets put on TV, which the whole point of it is that it can't be put on TV because it's raw and anything can happen here. And but anyway, ever since then, to show him how replaceable he is, every single week we have a completely different person in a $15 Amazon outfit of the same kind do exactly a better job at what that guy was doing right there, standing on that stage. So our Iron Patriot this week is actually, it's this guy's second time doing it. We loved him the first time. Very funny young comic who suited up for tonight. Put your hands together for Jerron Horton. He is a racist patriot. Very racist, we found out last time he was here. Mostly against Asians. The anti-Asian patriot, in a surprising twist. Underneath the suit, he is a light-skinned black man. And we found out you're a little bit racist against Asians, right?
Not racist, I feel like they're not discriminating enough.
Oh, there you go. So not racist at all. Just feels like they should be discriminated against more. It's like the opposite of racism. I love your style.
Put his hands up.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I get it.
It's scary. Black Lives Matter.
Oh, shit.
I'm actually wearing I can't breathe shirt right now. I can't see it.
Wow. Represent. Fuck yeah.
He also has my car's stereo in his car.
Boom. Well, we're glad you're back. How's everything going?
Great.
You excited about tonight's guest?
I am.
Me too. Ready to bring him up?
Yeah, we'll bring him up.
Let's do it. Guys, tonight, two of my funniest friends, as always. And, as always, a very special one. Put your hands together for them. It's Jesus Trejo and Russell Peters, everybody. Two of the funniest people I know. No big deal. What's up, buddy? Russell Peters, Jesus Trejo. They've both been on the show one time before. Our sponsor's a chef. That's Elise Lane sitting over there. Yeah, right over there. She's a gourmet chef. And
I'm excited for you to try your
Probably
food.
use a microphone, shouldn't I?
I'm excited for you to try your food because you're probably the only comedian that we've had on this show in the past 15 weeks that she's been our one sponsorship comes for the guests. You're probably the only comedian that we've had on the show that can actually hire her for something.
I actually do need a chef because I'm getting fatter than you can fucking imagine.
There you go. She specializes in vegan and yeah.
I didn't say I became gay. I just said
Oh, shit. You son of a bitch.
Are you vegan?
Yeah, well, I dabble in it. I can't have dairy.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you from like Midwest?
Yeah, it's weird.
You're the weirdest.
I know.
And redneck. What about you?
I can eat everything.
Yeah, you're like me, buddy. Yeah. Hey, Zeus, this is too poor to eat, but yeah, true.
Hey, Zeus, how's it going? What's going on in here with life? Anything crazy?
I'm chilling. I'm just excited about this slim picture over here.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He is a skinny one.
He's a skinny one. Yeah, that way.
I think he just short-circuited for a second. Patriot, every week, everybody always has questions for the guests. What are your questions for tonight's guests?
Russell. Russell has looked you up. I think that you tour all over the world.
Right.
What's your favorite type of tour performance?
I think I like South Africa quite a bit, which I'll be going back to in a couple of weeks. It's an honest answer. Being funny, just an honest answer.
And
It was the first place I was ever famous, like on any level.
wow.
Like 13 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I literally first place I had to change my name in the hotel.
That's amazing. Historias ever come out to see you? Wait, that's South Africa.
Yeah, it's South Africa.
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
He bounced over a couple of times.
Yeah.
No, I never met him.
Good thing is if he doesn't like your act, he probably stays through the whole thing. You know what I mean? So it's super awkward.
It's hard to sneak out.
Right.
It's like when tap shit.
Yeah. Click, 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 click.
Going somewhere.
By the way, Patriot, I love that you said that you looked that up. That he tours around the world doing stadiums. Good job.
I appreciate your awareness.
What was the Grumpy Cat like? You recently met the Grumpy Cat.
The Grumpy Cat. She's actually a really sweet little cat. She's not. She just looks miserable, but she's a dwarf cat. You know?
Yeah.
She's got like short legs. And shit.
Yeah, it's adorable. It's one of my favorite celebrities.
Yeah, she really is.
It's super weird. I was once actually at an event, when YouTube had the big YouTube comedy show like a year ago. I was there and helping some people write some things, and it was freaky because the red carpet had like real big celebrities. Yeah, and that were on that show. And in the middle of it, sprinkled in, were internet celebrities. And Grumpy Cat was literally on the red carpet.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like this.
Yeah.
Have you seen Dinky yet? Dinky the dog? It's just this pimp dog with sunglasses, just sits there with like a gun sticking out of its pants. It's awesome.
Wow.
You gotta meet Dinky.
You really go in.
Yeah, I'm into the
I'm not the guy. People are like, you must have seen blah blah blah. I go, hell, that means I'd have to be fucking wasting my time on YouTube.
Right.
When I'm gonna be looking at porn,
Exactly.
like a gentleman.
Exactly. What's your favorite kind of porn? What will we find in your search keywords? What's the top one? Everything.
No.
You just type in the word dirty.
Yeah, it's like first it has to be
Ooh.
That's right.
and older women's.
Really?
Yeah, not fucked up versions of them.
Oh my god.
You can just put something do a gas.
Now, if there's like a little cotton in between the toes, is that like the biggest
That's
turn
not
on?
good. That's not. I think maybe dirty. I didn't say I want fucking dirty. Just pretty. And I don't want to do anything to them. I just like looking at them. It's not like I'm like fucking a chick like I'm just like I need to know that they're his
Feet.
Yeah, well there they are. Okay, we're good.
Wow. I'm like the complete opposite. Like I could be with like Historia's had a twin sister.
Yeah.
I don't need feet at all.
Yeah. That's what is your thing?
Boys. Right. Yeah. Like
The big boys.
Yeah. Exactly. I like.
Vegan twinks.
I just type in my name in Google and start jerking off. That's pretty much it.
So you like lesbian porn?
Yeah. It's true. Hey, Sis, how about you? What's your favorite porn? First thing you type in usually.
First thing I type in is BBW.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, look at this. It's a very pro BBW crowd. Holy shit, you got that
You're
big
okay.
roar.
You're fucking assholes.
Like everybody in the room wanted to yell it at once. You said it, everybody's like, oh!
That's big, beautiful women, right? Well, I thought it was big black women. There you go. I just settled for what I saw. I like that I discovered what hog meant.
Hog?
I used to be a cardboard cutouts. Hog.
Wait, what is it? Hog the game.
Perfect ass white girls.
Oh, P-A-W-G. I know what BBBW is, though. Big, black, beautiful women. So that's what I usually do.
Yeah, they're usually suggested on this.
Yeah.
If you like these ones, not that I'm try the other ones.
Jerron, what's your question for Jesus?
Also listening well.
There ain't shit up there. I just said your birthday passed. It's Christmas. No? All right.
I noticed that you poured all over Texas.
All over South Texas.
What's your favorite city to perform in?
South Texas. That's in Corpus. I like Corpus. I said go Trevino, right? Yeah, it's his own hometown. So his family was kind of up to go see him. That's my God.
Yeah, Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. Great questions, Patriot. Well, you guys ready to get this thing kick-started? Over 30 comedians signed up for the chance to do 1 minute. Yes. Wow, somebody just figured out what the fucking show is. Thanks for coming out.
I forgot what the fuck your show was about.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I know. It's like the Kool-Aid man just came here. Oh, yeah.
Keep that star on or something.
Yeah, exactly. So you know how it works. There's comedians stacked up against that wall over there, and they signed up for the chance to do a minute. And if you get picked, wrap it up in a minute.
Didn't I do this TV show already?
No, that's a different one. We don't judge. There's no winners and losers here.
Good.
We just try to talk. A minute's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Aw, that means wrap it up then, or else you're gonna bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Wow. How about that one? Looks like somebody got the West Hollywood bear a little dirt bike for Christmas.
He's got a heavy hoof.
Yeah. Ran into a cow at the end of all that. Well, let's get it started. Here we go. Your first comedian tonight during 1 minute is Tommy Rico.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. I'm a married guy. My wife is a successful attorney. I'm a stand-up comedian, a field where success is a more relative term. My wife, when a woman makes a little more money than you, people ask questions like, who wears the pants in your family? Hey, I wear the pants. I mean, she buys them. And I wash them. But then I get to wear them. When I put them on, if I look good, she smacks me on the ass. And I feel pretty. We got a 12-month-old son who I helped make. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life, which has become a huge problem. You can't spoil your kid. You have to make sure the rewards match the deeds and make you something good. And a few months ago, my son learned how to hug his father. I wrote him a check for $25,000. I thought it was fair. It didn't clear, by the way, because I thought that was a lesson my son should learn right away. Daddy's long on love, but he's short on dough, kid. If you really want something, hug your mother. That's what I do. All right, thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Tommy Rico, 53 seconds.
Tommy Rico. Hey, can I ask, 12-month-old son, wouldn't that just be a year?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to commemorate when
I fucking ADD was fixated on it. I'm like, that's a year.
he just turned so.
And what's your son's name?
Lorenzo.
So
Oh,
Rico?
holy shit.
I know.
Look for him in 18 years in court.
Yeah. Or 345 months.
That's a math joke.
There you go. That couldn't work out. It can't possibly end in 5. Fuck. Where are you from?
I'm from Boston.
I can tell.
Appreciate it.
How long you been here?
Been here for a little under 2 years.
You didn't hear that? So I went over to my son. I was like, hey, what are you doing here?
I thought he was doing a character.
That's
like
what I
a comic in the 80s.
No, I talk like that.
Like Phil Parkin or something.
It's a medium. I don't have that hard an accent, but when you move out here, everybody thinks something's an accent.
It sounds like a character. If you weren't going to say Boston, I thought, all right, you're playing a character.
No, I'm a Boston. That's my pleasure.
So you came out here 2 years ago for stand-up.
For stand-up, took a little time off for the guy who used to do that.
Oh, yeah. Holy cow.
Moved out here and realized that no matter how many people you work with, no matter how long you've been doing it, you start over. And it's humbling. It's a punch in the fucking face. And if you can take it, it's a beautiful place. I love it.
How long were you doing it in Boston?
I did 11 years there, 2 years in San Antonio, Texas, and I've been here first.
Wow. That's crazy. What does the wife do?
She's a lawyer for a government agency. Not paying attention.
No, I missed that. An attorney for a government agency? Wow. What?
Yeah. I can't tell you because the Homeland is secure.
Wow.
Don't run. Hey, this is goddamn. It's not INS.
Is your real name Tommy Rico?
It's my last name is an unusual last name. There's already a famous guy. My last name is Morello. Mom's side of the family is Cuban. Last name's Rico. Last Rico passed away. My grandmother passed away, so it's the name as kind of a tribute. My last name is
holy shit. That story went 9 generations.
Tom Morello. Yeah.
Is your first name really Tommy?
Yeah.
No, he's the guitarist from
Mozzarella. Yeah. Audio Slave.
Yeah,
when I moved out here, I didn't realize that it was like telling people that it might. Oh, I'm here, Springsteen. Can I go up? And I got shit on by me.
So your name is literally Tom Morello.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that the bald guy?
He's the night watchman, right?
He's the guy that introduced Kiss at the
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's a badass motherfucker.
It's an Italian last name.
Yeah, he looks like me. I thought he was me. Like, I walked up like, hey, what am I doing there?
Do you play any instruments?
I do not, and that would make it difficult for those.
Have you ever met Tom Morello?
I have not. He's a Harvard grad, and he lives up there, so he was aware of me. So it's kind of
He's a Harvard grad?
Yeah.
How'd you do in Boston? I know Boston's comedy scene's coming back lately. It's kind of had like a weird time.
Yeah, I love that when Tommy Roberts was there.
Yeah, but
when I was there, guys, there was a generation before me. It was Gene Barnett and Brendan Swan, those guys that we kind of grew up with. While I was there, it was Mike Kaplan and Shane Moss. So I mean, Gary Coleman. I was there for a fun time, and I figured it was some sort of a lot of time. So it would be somewhere a little bit last year.
and then Blue and Red Cook.
Yeah, well, he sold up. I mean, he's got the big club now.
So you've been the stay-at-home dad pretty much for the first year.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
What's that like?
He's great. I mean, I never wanted kids, so I found a great wife.
Yeah, I'm like you, buddy. I have one. I didn't want one.
Yeah, but he's amazing. I'm glad I get to take care of his best day job.
What's fun about it? What would you do? Like, what's exciting? What stood out to you? What surprised you about having to be a dad during the day?
You know, because I was resistant to having kids. Having one, I knew how hard it was going to be, so it was about as hard as I expected.
Resistant or like retarded?
I think I did a little of both over the years. I hope to take care of things. We wanted a kid. We had it. It was awesome every day. I kind of wake up with him. I get to take a nap when he does, which is pretty cool. And then at the end of the night, the wife comes home. We have dinner. I tag out every week.
You watch a lot of kids' TV with them?
No, he
You will
doesn't
be.
like it, which
You
is
will.
great.
You will, trust me.
Those high voices.
I fucking hate it, but it's on all the time, buddy.
What's his favorite thing? He's 12 months old.
He likes music. He likes like he'll fix TV for that, but like in the morning I want just to have white noise in the background. I have like first take ESPN on, and he'll only respond when that rap song comes on. Then he checks out.
Shit. Well, he has the name of a rapper too, Puerto Rico. I mean, he has the name of a black rapper, but he'll be able to work with it. Yeah. Did you call him Lauren in the joke? You call him that for short?
No, just call him Lorenzo.
Oh, you said that in the. You said that in the. Right. Yeah. I thought I heard you say Lauren in the middle of the.
No, I don't mention your name.
Oh.
Just to a podcast. Thousands of people listening.
Right.
Not to the 20 people. Thousands of people. Yes, Sarah.
You know, listeners of this show jerk off to comedians' names, kids' names.
Well, some of them do. Not all.
Right. Well, fun times, Tommy. It was nice to meet you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But yeah, there you go. We got the top of Tommy.
Talk to Tommy Rico.
He's got the jacket of a comedian for sure. That's a hardcore comedian
Just
jacket.
updated on Tommy.
Yeah, totally. Black leather zippers and find him on Twitter. He's at Tommy Rico Suave. Everybody, so you can look him up. Follow him. He's one of the more experienced comics. Wow, you hated that guy, huh, Patriot? It's starting to seep out over there.
I can smell hate out of that suit.
Like that old ass Sean Penn.
Wow. Wow.
Look at his dad stayed in his life.
Holy shit. You went back to 96 for that reference.
Actually, before that.
Boy Meets World. I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm impressed by that reference. Like, I don't know. I can't put a face to it, but damn, it must be perfect. Yeah, I don't watch crappy crap.
That's like Jungle Food.
But yeah.
That's for the one person.
Okay, well, I pulled out another name. Your next comedian goes by the name of Jeremy Lopez.
Jeremy Lopez.
Uh-oh. He just missed his spot. You know what that means. He just got...
Is that you, Jeremy?
Just taking
Yeah,
it.
there he is.
But yeah, I had to grab his
Come on,
backpack.
J-Lo.
What's up? What you know about orange chicken? What you guys know about orange chicken? Orange chicken is the best chicken ever invented, man. Whoever came up with orange chicken is a fucking genius, man. I love it, man. What you know about chocolate milk? What you know about chocolate milk, dog? Whoever made that chocolate milk should be awarded a medal, dude. I don't know if black chicks got chocolate milk coming out of their titties, but if they do, I'm gonna marry one. I'm gonna have one as my slave.
This guy, the
And every day I'm gonna suck on her titties.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. Hey, what you know about stand-up comedy?
Yeah, man. Boom. Fuck. What happened, man? Did you get orange chicken and chocolate milk for the first time ever this week?
Yeah.
Like,
You can't eat those two together. You're gonna shit yourself.
Right.
You showed up with premises to a gunfight. Goddamn. Jesus.
Yeah.
Get off the premises.
I was waiting for anything. You just kept naming things that you like a lot, huh?
Well, not so much that. It's you just want to know what you knew about it.
Right.
It was like an I think it was kind of like it was like a group Google search.
Yeah.
Orange chicken. What you know about that? It was like an aggressive Jeopardy or some shit. What you know about orange chicken for 400? Goddamn.
Aggressive Jeopardy.
Yeah. So you know, black chocolate milk and black women and slaves. 3 words that should never go together.
Right. Yeah, the slave part. I mean, you would have told me that the worst part was still to come in the middle of that. I would have been like, no way. But that was the worst.
I was waiting on the ironic part there. Like,
And of all the nights for you to do it, the only time Lil Wayne is sitting in the front row. I mean, Lil Weezy isn't easy.
But he kept tagging his ignorance. He just
Right.
kept going and going.
And I was watching, by the way. You know, we have like the best cameras for people sitting in the front row. And as soon as he said slave, he's sitting like this.
I saw him react. I'm like, oh,
his eyes just closed like this.
Yeah, you know what it looked like? You know when you get that sharp pain, like you're sitting there,
Right.
That's what the fuck was that? But you sat on a hemorrhoid or some shit. What you know about hemorrhoids? For 400.
What's in the backpack, man?
I don't know, but if you leave
Authorities are behind. I'm out of here.
I don't think he's gonna double bomb. Yikes! Fatality.
I mean, last time you were on, you did the kind of the same.
Before?
Yeah. And you did the same thing, kind of, where you're not really doing material, and if you are, it's like what? Do you really want to be a comic, or like the autistic alternative comedy scene, or what?
Like, do you watch a lot of Josh and go, I can do this? Like, I think personally, Josh. Like Tito Ortiz after a fight.
Yeah, he does. And did something happen?
What?
Oh, nothing.
I mean, really, like, do you really like have a set, or do you just fucking around?
You don't do. That's not like your thing. You're not just a premise guy, and right when people think you're about to do a joke, you just go into the next thing.
Just working it out.
That's a good angle.
It sort of is. I mean, I don't know, not really.
Well, it's at least a good premise.
Yeah, you do have good premises. I was certain you were going to say something about orange chicken, but you said nothing.
Yeah.
Like the chocolate milk, the black woman breastfeeding, like that's in the
That's right up with Asian girls have a slanted pussy. That's right up there with that.
Yeah.
Where you go? Oh, great.
Yeah. You hit all levels of bad tonight, which is hard to do. You did. You went over the line at one point with your slave reference. You went hacky with the chocolate milk. And you didn't do punchlines at all, which is
You underachieved on the overachieving chicken.
right. Doing bad, you're the best, man. No, so Jeremy, like, do you eat orange chicken a lot?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it a lot. Have you ever had it with chocolate milk?
Yeah. I like orange chicken.
Just for the sake of comedy, you should have a third item with it. Because comedy's in threes.
Or zeros in your case. That was the one, everybody? Really?
Everybody's starting to feel bad for him. You see that? The tides have turned. Even the black guy's like, hey man, stop fucking with him. Hey man, I got chocolate milk in my titties.
What were you gonna say about orange chicken? Did you forget something, or did you just?
Or was that it?
Were you thinking?
About it. Oh, maybe you should think about it next time you're chewing something. Just really think about what it is about this chicken that makes you go, fuck, I need another bite.
I mean, you're Mexican, right?
Yeah, well, Jesus is like, nope, don't know.
What? What'd you say?
Mexican joke.
He's anti-Asian, so if you say orange chicken 5 times around him, he starts to flip out. What's the hand over the mouth thing? What are you doing over there, Patriot?
You can take off that mask if you want to.
So you literally can't breathe after all, huh?
Yeah.
The shirt is burning through your chest.
You can take off that mask if you really want to.
Yeah, if you want to. Oh yeah, just put it back on. So easy.
I could never wear that thing. My nose is too fucking big. Just
Fuck yeah. Your mustache is much more patriotic than that mask. That's amazing.
you and Jesus look at each other and do each other's mustaches. We take turns doing each other's shit. You look like he's getting ready for bed and shit. I mean, Jeremy, what you know about mustaches?
I'm what? I can't remind it.
He does look like he's getting ready for bed.
Yeah, like, take your ass to bed. You got school in the morning. He got on his fucking underoos.
Oh my god. Jeremy Lopez, what do you wear to bed?
What do I wear to bed?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wearing on right now.
What scares you? What are you afraid of?
Changing, apparently. What you know about intimacy?
The dark.
You're afraid of the dark.
Oh, me too. Oh, hey, you have a name.
Darkness.
This guy's a serious flat guy too. He even has the Bluetooth around his neck right now, just waiting to take a
Those are
phone call.
headphones.
Oh shit. somebody just threw something. Oh, it was Lainey. She just realized there's a black guy sitting in front of her. She's from Beverly Hills.
That's the sound of a white lady grabbing her purse.
Oh my god, that is what it was. Holy shit.
She held it so tight it broke the strap. She's like, oh shit. She snatched her own purse.
I'm gonna steal it first. Okay, Jeremy, fun times.
All right, I think
Have a good day.
good job, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I mean, for us.
right. He'll come. I think we just helped him. I don't think they'll ever go on stage.
I think I'll do the exact same thing. Seems like we helped him or...
Seems like there's a good Mexican joke in Orange Chicken. Orange
Joe Coy did mine already.
Oh, really?
That's why I said it started with this Joe Coy's joke.
Holy shit. This young lady made her debut on this show 2 weeks ago, her LA comedy scene debut, and she blew our minds. We've been starstruck ever since. This is her second time ever on the show. I'm excited to have her back. Sometimes this bucket pays off, it's rough. But it's fun to have somebody back who I'm excited to see again. Her name is Jessica Wellington, everybody.
All right, so I'm a single woman, and I moved here from North Carolina. Fucking laugh at that. I moved here from North Carolina. I went to, West Hollywood because it seemed to be popping to look for single men. I walk in, they got like Shakira playing up on the screen. I'm like, this is awesome. Make my way in the back, there's all these dudes dancing, and I'm like, this is awesome. And they also take off their shirts. I was like, this is fucking awesome. And then they started making out with each other. And I was like, this is awesome. Yeah. The time of that sports bra and this haircut, I might sell a chance. Business on the right, party on the left. Do we have any single women in here? Single women? I love being single. I absolutely love it. I can do what I want, when I want, how I want. I don't have to answer to anybody. But at the same time, I know I can't sit up here and lie to you guys, lie to myself. I know eventually I'm going to want to find that special person, that one guy that I'll try to deal with again.
Fuck yeah.
I missed the punchline. Tap me out of it. It was the one guy that I missed the punch. It was the fucking...
Oh, the one guy that I'll try to deal with again.
There you go. See that? I'm mad that I missed that now.
Yeah. So fun. You crushed. Great times. So how long have you been in LA now?
3 months.
3 months.
Yes.
Having fun?
Yeah, I love it here. It's great. I mean, all the shows you can see, all the talent, you guys.
Right.
All the talent, you guys.
What's that?
What the fuck is that?
And you're from North Dakota?
North Carolina.
Carolina.
Tony. You need dairy in your life.
Yeah, right? Just a little bit off. Heck yeah. So,
Which part of North Carolina?
Mount Olive, Goldsboro. Silver Johnson.
That's what you want.
boom. You are on fire.
Come on, son. I've been on stage in a while.
I love it.
Build up.
Yeah.
So tell us more. How long have you been telling jokes?
3 years this January.
What was your home club?
Comedy Spot in Sacramento.
Oh, when you started up there.
Yeah, and I just moved down here. So.
Really?
Right.
No, and I was in the Air Force for 6 years, so I left.
Now you're in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Boom.
So I did there.
Spinneroonie.
Get here.
And how long were you in Sacramento for?
3.5 years.
Yeah. Interesting. We're going there tomorrow night.
Stop bragging.
No, I
Where are you?
I'm doing double ups movies at the Punchline.
Oh, yeah.
Just one night and then coming back.
You might see my roommate, Ngayo. Ngayo Belam.
What's a hell of a name?
Yeah. He's
Wow.
usually on that podcast.
Does he run marathon?
No, but he juggles, he does comedy, he sings, he's like...
Throwback.
What scares
To
you?
the early 90s.
Yeah.
What are you afraid of? You seem like such a tough person.
No, I saw
Consider
her.
I'm really
She's a sensitive soul.
Right. But you were in the
Have a
Air
shitty
Force.
edge.
I guess the hardest part has been like just making friends here because people expect you to be on all the time, be funny, not that way all the time.
Right.
And you always like when you meet new people here, you have to be the creep. And you have to be okay with that. It's like you just have to enter a conversation with like, hey, what you guys talking about? You know?
Yeah. It's so true. When I started here, I stood around silent, completely silent for like the first year. Just listening to
I
everything,
honestly did the same thing.
finding out exactly how everybody communicated, and just,
Yeah, I felt like an alien.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what it feels
I
like.
came from Canada, so it was twice as bad.
Yeah.
Because then I'd watch somebody have to go to the hospital and go to the doctor. Oh, my God's good. Oh, Americans.
Did you start in Toronto?
Yeah, 25 years ago.
Wow. Amazing.
Here we are.
Here you are.
Kill Tony podcast 25
That's
years
right.
later.
You're free Monday at 8 p.m.
That's right. See, Jessica, so good things can happen if you wait.
It's true. I love it. So, what scares you though? Just that? Having to communicate with people? Like social anxiety a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
What really scares you?
Yeah, once he's getting into like this like Dr. Phil shit.
What scares you? It's my favorite question. It's the Ron Funches question. He famously asked it to people when he was on the show, and it's always an intriguing thing to find. What's your favorite new material that's not right on the surface?
What's your favorite porn is a better question.
Oh, corn. I thought you said corn. I don't know.
Corn. You like Indian cow?
Roasted pop? What do you like?
It's true. What search word would be fine for you?
I like black men, but
Yeah.
I don't like. I'm not just
He's angry.
just black men.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be like
I'm
blue
not
toothpaste,
sour.
blue
I'm
hair.
not fucking hitting on you. I'm sour.
It's all mad, right?
But yeah, we need to have.
You act like you don't like blue-haired bitches. What's wrong with you?
I'd watch you guys fight and fuck. I'd pay for both of those. Double feature.
And Jeremy Lopez will be sitting around eating orange chicken and jerking off.
Not writing jokes.
What you two know about fucking?
We should have a new character on the show where he just sits there like underneath like an umbrella in the corner, just doing faces.
The lounging.
It's like P. Diddy umbrella.
I love it.
I like any man that can piss my dad off. So
Side guy it is.
yeah, works every time. Or Puerto Rican. I did Puerto Rican. Anything.
Your dad's a good old boy.
Oh yeah, he sent me to my priest when I was a kid. Because my first crush was on a black boy. I don't know, like exercising demons out of me. I don't know. I don't get it. But he sent me to a priest, and I told the priest, I was like, I thought Jesus loved everybody, like red, yellow, black, and white. Yeah, and he's like, but you gotta honor your mother and father. This is fucked up. So I left.
Do you talk about that on stage?
A little bit, yeah, because I'm like a tie back.
What does your dad do for work?
Process.
Well, he's 65 now, so he used to do carpentry.
Is he missing any fingers?
No, almost, because he did work at explosive. And he one blew up in his hand. Yeah.
Wow.
How'd you know that?
I've had my shit blown up in my hand, but just left a mess.
Do you ever get to see him? When's the last time you saw him?
Like 2 or 3 years ago.
If he's listening to this podcast right now, is there anything you'd like him to hear you say?
Tell him you're pregnant.
Did he ever lose any fingers inside of you?
And when oh damn, whoa, you want to
You're treading the line. I am white trash, so.
And it wasn't her dad, it was her uncle. Jesus.
And he's
Not
in
her uncle
North.
Jesus, I mean.
He's in North Carolina.
Yes.
Yes.
Wishing he was in South Florida.
Right.
Yeah, but like, I guess.
I love it. Well, it was fun times having you on again.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Jessica Wellington is on Twitter. She's the Duchess _101. The Duchess _101.
It's like a webcam name.
Might be.
Well, hey, she was right up next to his alley.
Yeah, not bad.
BBW.
Yeah.
Little white girl.
She got good.
Have you ever been with a big woman, or it's just something you fantasize about?
No, yeah, I'm usually into the big girl.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of it. Yeah, I'm not,
I'll play.
yeah, I can play. Yeah. A big girl, like, all right, I'll focus on that one part she has. Like,
I'm afraid of them.
Personality.
they gotta know, and then they can't be big and have a flat ass. You see that a lot of times.
Right.
You're like, wait, what kind of shit deal is this?
Yeah.
Spend a lot of time sitting down. That's why.
Yeah.
They tired all the time.
It looks like a yield sign from the back.
SpongeBob SquarePants ass.
I'm not into big women. Not in the bedroom, in front of me in like the movie theater popcorn line and shit like that. They just take forever. Anyway,
Have you ever been with a big woman, Tony? Like,
yeah, I got that drunk one night.
it feels better. It's more skin.
Oh yeah, it's
wetter.
super fun. It's like it's like hard to not laugh. It's like both a comedy and sex at the same time.
What is it?
Big women to me.
They're good.
It's like it feels good. I'll give it that. It's like the same thing. It's like the same.
I tell you what, I recently banged
Look,
a bigger chick.
Jessica can handle what I'm saying. I'm not into big women. Everybody's into different. I'm also not into black men, but I didn't go, oh, when she said that.
Well, not anymore.
Bunch of weirdos in here, man. Can't make fun of big people anymore. Oh my god, he said that they order a lot at the concession stand. It's like, yeah, they do.
I like that you went into like a gay voice, and then back to your voice,
Yeah.
almost the same.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they order a lot at the concession stand. Isn't that rude?
Son of a bitch.
He broke character.
I do not even talk like that. Jaron, how you doing? Would you plow Jessica?
No. But I like her.
What's your
She's got enough personality.
Too. Like, she's funny. Cool. I think her dad would like me.
I don't think so.
No,
You're a black guy in a Captain America costume. you are everything her dad fears.
But I have a deal with our debit card.
Oh well, that might work. Just show me your debit card with no money on it.
Yeah, Robin and Russell.
You just talk to him.
You could probably pull it off with her dad. You'd have to keep the mask on the whole time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
That I would like.
Yeah, with the mask on.
What?
I didn't fucking know. It sounded like you're like, hey, so Russell, let me ask you a question and shit. I was researching you like a motherfucker last night. That's why I didn't know. That's why.
Have you been with a big woman before?
Almost been until she took her thing off her face now.
What? Wow, now that's a crazy
It's not
one.
my fault. I wouldn't have been able to have sex with her. I'm not saying that big women are bad or anything.
He's just saying,
I
leave
just
your
wouldn't
shirt
have been
on.
longer. It wouldn't have been possible.
How old are you?
25.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's part of it.
I'm 44. At this age, you're like, I'll take that shit. I'm fucking big bitch. Okay. You gotta do them all. Find out.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't even know sometimes. Like I did this big chick, and she was big ass. She's good.
But there's like skinny chicks with big ass.
No, yeah, but those are fake. This is real. You can tell by the ankles and legs. From the knees down, if it's skinny like that ass, ain't real.
Yeah, you're gonna get into big women. About 26, 27
I'm 35.
beers in one night, and you'll totally end up with.
Stepped up your throat.
But no, you made it better. You played right into it. 35. They just didn't hear it because they're not ready for shit that's smart to happen in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, your next comedian is Robin Ryan. Oh snap! Sounds like a new name to me.
Oh shit!
Standing ovation.
your second coming.
Guys, one more time. Give it up for Robin Lyons.
She is. Fuck yeah.
I really wanted to be like my mom when I was a kid, and the problem with that is my mom is just a really butch lesbian. She taught me to be like her, so I'm not very good at being a girl. I didn't know that bras had cup sizes until I was like in my 20s, and I just had like one boob down here for like years. We'd go to Target, and she'd be like, "You can pick any of the sports bras you want." So I did. I had a mullet until I was in 8th grade, because lesbians have mullets. And I would say, "Mom, I think I want a different hairstyle." She'd say, "That's the way our hair grows, Robin." My mom still has a mullet. She lives in Palm Springs, because that's where lesbians go to die. I wanted to be just like her. I don't know how to put on makeup. Oh, that's it. We're done. Good. Okay.
You can finish it. Finish that one.
Finish it, Robin. Finish
You
it.
don't know how to put on makeup.
I don't know how to put on makeup, so I put it on like a sunscreen, just like this.
Wow.
And it was worth finishing.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's nice to meet you, Robin. Where are you from?
I'm from Napa.
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 Wow. How long have you been on stand-up?
About a little bit more than a year.
You do it up there, or you come down here?
I live down here now.
Oh, cool. So you've lived down here for the past year.
No, I live down here for 4 months.
Awesome. That's so much fun. How are you enjoying it?
I love it.
Do you ever miss your mom? You can go to Santa Monica.
No, they live in Palm Springs. Yeah, it's awesome. Just like an hour and a half away from me.
I liked your bra cup size, but I think you had it a little bit, like, you need to reword it, 'cause it's a little backwards. Like, I think the idea of where you could buy any size, just your whole bra, you know, I think that's what you're saying, right? Like if you put on
Change it to tank top or like wife beater. That'd be fun. Let me throw those two.
Is that what you were saying? Like you put on like a sports bra and it would just be one big boob down.
One boob.
Yeah, maybe. However you said it, I think maybe you should say like this, like I got the sports bra, and then it would make it one boob. Because you said the one boob first, and then you go, I had to go to the store and get a sports bra. Like I think you should say that first. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Just because I was kind of confused what you were saying, and then once.
Thanks, Red Man.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Actually, you gotta go wash it.
That makes sense.
You gotta go wash your bra because you shit all over it.
What do you do for work?
I'm an elementary school special ed teacher.
Wow. Elementary school special ed.
That's.
So what are you teaching, like 35-year-olds?
I teach 7, 8, 9-year-olds.
Did Jeremy Lopez come with you, or did you?
That's why he had his backpack on. He came from school today.
Is this an outreach program?
Right, and when does writing class start?
What you know about special ed? Should know about one titty.
How long you been teaching special ed?
This is my 10th year.
Wow. How old are you? You're young as shit.
32.
Oh, wow. I thought you were like 21 when you walked.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to wish you're looking, so that's good.
Yeah, so youthful.
Generally, white people age terribly.
I know.
So, they're already beating the odds.
What's some
Black,
crazy
I love that joke, too.
What's some crazy stuff that you've seen go on in the class?
I had a parent one time who gave her kid a laxative, like the night before.
To a special ed kid?
Right.
Special ed kid.
Oh.
He was in first grade and been potty trained halfway through kindergarten, so he'd only been using like the toilet for about a year, and he came running out of the bathroom with just a t-shirt on, running out onto the playground during recess, sobbing. And I walked into the bathroom and there was just shit spread all over one of the walls.
Oh my
And he
God.
couldn't figure out what to do because he just shit so much.
Wow.
Did you videotape it?
I did not.
Why'd she give him
I'm
a
gonna get
laxative?
Instagram pic.
Because he hadn't been clean for a week.
Oh my God.
Over a week?
Well, yeah,
Wow.
that's
a week's worth of shit on the
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah.
That's a
Was there a
critical
fan in there? Because it would have been amazing
You know,
to hit that.
I just told you. I don't shit.
Wow.
What kind of, like, do you work with autistic kids? Or
Yeah,
mostly?
the students that I work with have autism and a lot of ADHD and like specific skills.
So you're ABA instructor too?
I'm not.
Or you're not?
Are you gonna hire him or something? Or you're also a comedian and a principal?
Yeah, so was I. Yeah, so was I. But back in the 80s, there was no diagnosis for it. Yeah.
Right.
ADHD. They just that was a special class for a long time. Oh, me too. Yeah, I'm with you, Tess.
I had regular school, but they made me take Ritalin every day.
Yeah. Color book.
Appreciated that.
Yeah.
Thank God they didn't have that shit in the 80s.
They used to call me down to the office, like, after lunch, if you forgot to go take your pill, they'd just go over the entire school intercom and rattle off all the kids with ADD that are so ADD that they forget to take their medicine. Like, looking back on it, I'm like, how the fuck did this go on? And it bothered me that big time. I was like totally embarrassed back then. But, well, I just smoke it all away.
I just remember reading books. Like, I remember reading books with those big-ass headphones before they were cool. Outside. That was me. Like, I was, like, the book would be done, stop turning pages, but the audio kept going. I'm like, shit. Yeah. I can't even find this. Yeah. It's like being in church and the priest, like, what page? Yeah. And you look like, what fucking page are we on here? God did what? Yeah, pretty cool.
So, are there a lot of things? Do you talk about the special ed thing in your stand-up at all?
I do.
Yeah.
You have such a fun charisma. Like, I love how you laugh at yourself and stuff.
I'm funny.
Yeah.
I think you got a natural funniness.
Thank you.
It's an easy thing for you. It should be an easy road for you to go.
I hope so.
Count up. Stay with the tarts. They need you because. Really? That's where we are now?
It's so weird. They're very picky and choosy. Fuck yeah.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
That means it's okay.
The draft is on.
I know, big man. I'm checking it out.
It's fucking younger generation and your
I
political
know.
bullshit.
Right.
My friend was in here. And said,
That's cool. I saw you guys.
He never came back.
Oh, he'll be back.
Robin Ryan. So what else? What else is
He wants to know what
going on in your
scares
life?
you, apparently.
What are you afraid of?
Desks.
They came. I can't see Chiefs.
Strong
There you go.
Oh.
But it's not really anger.
Next,
I'm watching the draft right here.
next up is the Jets.
Somebody has to teach them this because I don't.
Next up is the Jets.
There were
Yeah.
like angry kids in my school. Now,
The Jets.
Jets, yeah.
But it was never like secrets. It was just
I mean, it's
Oh,
somebody talks and it's just like, I'm so
Where's my team up next?
Can I tell you?
somebody facilitated that at some point. And then
The Ravens are not up yet.
The Ravens are not there.
Correct. It's
Vader says he's going I hope the Ravens strike the player.
there you go.
I've been teaching special ed for 10 years, and it's very rewarding.
The Steelers.
That I taught.
Who the Steelers get?
Come up to me the other day.
They got some guys. The Ravens will be up in
But in real life, after teaching for 10 years,
6 picks. 6 picks, Brandon.
Six picks?
That's correct. 6 more picks and then the Ravens are going.
Huh?
6 more picks and then the Ravens go.
there's a Denny's in my hometown, and I walked in and I see a kid.
6 more picks and the Ravens go.
Yes, sir.
Oh shit! I go, Dave, and he goes,
I say, wait.
he didn't remember.
I don't know about you, I get just 2 of the screen time.
I'm good for right now, big man. I'm doing my thing, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Getting the brand new.
He can't even afford to buy the Forbes magazine that you're in for making money.
He doesn't even know what I do. Like, he still isn't, like, nothing registers. And I'm like, oh, there's Russell. Wow, he did great. It's like, for years. Yeah. I'm like, we were in class together for 2 years.
So I've moved around a lot. I'm on my 8th
Oh,
district.
wow.
In 3 different
Oh, yeah, you're one of those teachers that just, like, kills kids and then moves on to the next city. We find out later that sleeps with the kids.
I'm from Napa, and then I moved to Georgia, and I come to South Carolina, and I come to Georgia.
You gotta go where there's an
I can't wait.
Oh my God.
For the Ravens. Whoop, whoop.
And then I
Woo, woo.
moved back to Napa, then I moved to Sacramento, and then I moved to
Wow.
I think Jessica did. The reason
Okay,
I
guys.
asked you if you were aviation instructor, because that was my first job right out of college. I did that for a whole year. When you said desk fly, like I can totally relate because there were times when you show up and they were upset or it's like something had set them off, and I mean you just see pencils fly. Like I remember this teacher got clotheslined by the student for no reason, you know, because he didn't have a sticker on his desk. So it's like it's hard. Like I got my ass kicked every morning. So
Yeah.
I know.
I did throw a cookie bean, and it just that was like a blast, like on my chest to the point where I was like,
Man, if I had to do this, are you allowed to do things like I would just keep a dead bird in a box and show them? They're like, look, if anyone does anything fucked up, I'm gonna throw this dead bird at you.
Yeah.
I think that would work. Just like,
That's
I wouldn't even do it. You know,
even at my school, it'd be like a bird. You know,
we'll get like really gross.
it wouldn't even register that thing's dead. Birdie.
Right.
no, because then I would just have people like all day long be like, did you see
Well, they poop. Like the big turd. It's a cow turd. Or just have the laxative kids shit on people. You should have taken the whole class and gone, see this? This is what you're gonna get.
He's actually the favorite kid I've ever had.
What's it?
Because he's the shit.
Oh my God, where you go?
Why do you like him
What's
so
the
much?
disco,
You obviously
Rabbi?
have shit on the walls like that every day.
What happened, big man?
Actually, he's one that I get updates about. My friend is
I found it. There I am.
There you go.
mute, and he like just sit there and like he was like a super sweet kid. Like, and we got him to like play with the other kids. And he was so now he's like reading and he's talking and he has friends. So he's kind of great now.
I remember a couple months during the ones that's bringing AP to Kentucky.
See what I'm talking? This is very like, he's laughing at that.
I'm working on something right now, big man.
At least the tards aren't here.
Okay, I mean, it's doing a white screen.
Yeah.
ABC.
Yeah, why is that?
Robin, so do you know Jessica from Sacramento? Oh, that's
I don't know.
Okay, so
I
here,
don't know how to fix it.
Where'd you guys meet at?
so here's what I think is the reason because of that.
Fuck you. It was
Is it showing on your end?
No, it's doing CBS and ABC. And just, and he's now trying to pick us in.
Okay.
I'm not used to seeing this from Mikey.
I understand. Okay, so
And I'm a pretty sure somebody was showing two screens.
right.
One NBA, one MLB. And there wasn't a white thing. It was showing the full screen.
Okay.
Like you can see it.
Okay. It looks like to fix it, you've got to uninstall Discord and reinstall it.
So just go in, reinstall it.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, but first, okay, go to that device and press Control R. Control R, yeah.
Control R.
Yeah.
Go back, device. Go monkey press Control R.
Yeah, Control R. Are you on a desktop computer, Brandon?
Yeah.
Okay, another thing you can do is go to the settings of that computer, whatever one's showing black. And
Most of it's still black.
what'd you say?
It's pitch black.
Okay, I understand. Go to
That's
that.
what I have.
I understand. Go to that computer and go
Am
to
I right now?
go to user settings. So go to your
Yes, okay. Okay.
then go to advanced. Do you see advanced?
I think this I in Steve.
Do you
I want to say your phone make devices,
okay? Do you see advanced?
subscriptions, account privacy,
Keep reading.
order history, payment, boxing, rewards, subscriptions, fast keys. I just joined the school other user Windows.com, family, your accounts, late devices, signing options, your info.
You don't see advanced?
No,
Are you using the browser or are you using the app?
I'm using the browser.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay.
I can see what I have.
No,
And
you
gaming PC.
no, you don't have to do that right now. Okay. Go to settings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did it used to work?
And you too. No, it was on the black screen.
It never worked?
Oh, my homemade CBS screen was. But when I touched the CBS, the ABC, the big black.
Okay, so it works for some things but not others?
I worked for CBS. But for CBS, the ABC, on the duo, on the other screen, like this, it doesn't work. But what's on CBS? I can hear last night playing CBS.
Okay.
And watching CBS. But now ABC.
Okay. So go to. Are you using Chrome?
I'm using Microsoft.
Are you using Edge?
No,
Okay. Are you using a browser?
Internet browser, yeah.
Okay, what browser?
Now we go out. Yes.
Okay. Just a moment. I'm looking. Okay.
Well,
Okay, I see. Okay. Are you using the app or are you using Chrome or are you using. I see what you're showing me, but I can't tell. Is it the app or is it the web browser?
The web browser.
Okay, which web browser are you using? Are you using Chrome?
I'm using the blue, the light blue and light green.
Oh, okay, so Edge.
Yeah, Microsoft Edge.
Okay, and
Yeah.
okay, go to your settings in Edge.
Go to my settings
In Edge.
and Edge.
Yes. Are you there?
Yep.
Okay, in the search, type in the word hardware. HARD.
HARD.
Yeah, WARE.
Okay.
Does anything show up? Does anything show up?
Share browsing data. Say hard. HARD. Yeah, I said
Okay, you see hardware?
system.
Yeah, go to system. Go to system.
Okay.
Do you see something that says use graphics acceleration when available?
Yeah.
Shut that off.
Okay.
Now refresh. Now try it.
Hard.
Now go to Discord and try to share it. See if there's still a black screen.
It's still showing a black screen.
Okay, go back to your settings.
Okay.
And go back to system and go back to use graphic acceleration when available and make sure it's still oh, apology. Yeah, make sure it's off. Is it off?
Back down.
Is it off? Is it off? Is it? It's off. Okay. Close Edge and reopen it.
Close Edge and reopen it.
Yep, and see if it works now.
Close Edge.
Correct.
Reopen it.
Correct.
you, Rabbi. Oh, it's going.
There you go. It's fixed.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, big man.
Rabbi, stick his hand.
There you go. Whoop whoop.
Rabbi, stick his hand.
There you go, big man. Get ready.
Who they gonna choose?
I don't know.
Yeah, because my area because in 2019, I'm just like, your boy was spicy. 2019, your boy was spicy. Yeah, but it's Suck City, right? But you're wearing high heels and skinny jeans, so buddy, those are cowboy boots, right? In 2019, it's Suck City. In 2019, it's Suck City, right? But the heels, are you ready to go to the club? Now it's kind of clubby. So yeah, you need a so now we take some cowboy discounts, some cowboy cold beer. You know, he's legitimately insane.
Just chilling, my man. I'll be right back. So sluts. It's coffee and Kabbalah and coffee. Coffee and Kabbalah coffee. It's 8th BR 5786, Saturday, April 25th. Shit is the worst. It's on this deck. And this motherfucker was like, motherfucker. And people love that shit. So they're gonna fucking queef when they see a rabbi doing it. West Side. Really? Dog, this is the. Oh, this is. Sucks. 120 days of this shit. No one really knows for sure Elu Bey, Elu Dibre, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Missouri we live by. Berkat Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaMashiach Shana B'Mitzvot HaFetz Yivanu HaSefrat HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 25 days, which is 3 weeks and 4 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash and to its place, speedily in our days of our celebration. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place, speedily in our days. Amen. Salah. Oh, I gotta do this bullshit. Alright, so what's that mean? It means today's shit's gonna be longer than normal. Why? Because it sucks. No, Rabbi, you sure do cuss a lot. Go fuck yourself. He, JJ started watching you. Chabad timeline of Jewish history. Sick. Oh, are you fucking serious? Oh, this is the worst. This sucks. This is the worst shit ever. Stupid fucking bullshit. Stupid ass fucking bullshit. Alright, here's this bullshit. You ready? It's the worst. West Side. West Side. What is this bullshit? Dude, remind me that no one fucking cares, dog. This is the worst.
With our being taken into exile yet again.
Yo, do the
Jewish
thing
history
again.
spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple Era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple Era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout Torah study and
So what? 3761 creation of the world, Adam and Eve. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366. Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. Bet that guy sucked. Bet he was the worst. You think you're related to him? I bet we're all fucking related to that dude. Really? I mean, I'm related to everybody. Why? Why not? Why the fuck not? Don't suck. Alright, Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. No one cares.
Our faith in GD and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to?
All of them.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. The forefathers. Living in Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Judges and early prophets. Kings and the first holy temple. Exile in Babylon. Building of the second holy temple. Greek cultural domination. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanaim. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. The Rabbinate. The Janim. The early Rishonim. The Crusade massacres. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Early Acharonim and East European massacres. Acharonim and early Hasidim. Later Acharonim and the changing society. The Holocaust. The modern state of Israel. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1313 2448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1313 2448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1313 2448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1312 2449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312 2449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274 2487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1273 2488 Moses died. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamdash. Minus 372 3389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373 391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced, then halted. Minus 366 3395 Ahasuerus II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Greek cultural domination. Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation.
I always knew like this.
Approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Chavin. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehalil, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 son of Mehalil, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanuk, son of Ur, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metushalach, son of Chanuk, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lamech II, son of Metushalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lamech II, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yaveh, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metashelash died. Minus 2,105 1,656 The great flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1,757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1,787 Reu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Sirach, son of Reu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nacharai, son of Sirach, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nacharai, was born. The Forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 The covenant, Brit Bain Habitarum, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself and Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 The Active, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Kahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 The Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 The Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 The revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Agaron and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258 2,503 the appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,228 2,533 the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jahir, the Jalidite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Hagiladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elon, Hazabelonai, became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 892 2,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah in Hebron. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 the building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827 2,935 the first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574 3,187 the first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 443 321 Jehoiakim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434 327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433 331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 the walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 the sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371, 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second by Hamid commenced. Then halted. Minus 366, 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362, 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357, 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355, 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353, 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349, 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348, 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335, 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313, 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313, 3,448 Simon the Zodiac met Alexander the Great. Minus 313, 3,449 Dominion Shkaro began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273, 3,488 Simon the Zodiac died. Minus 246, 3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmanai. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanai. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139, 3,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139, 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138, 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133, 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133, 3,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127, 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119, 3,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93, 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91, 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73, 3,688 Queen Shalamzion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65, 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled /TD. Minus 61, 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61, 3,700 Harkanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36, 3,725 Herod I ruled. Killing all the Shashmanai. Minus 33, 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19, 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11, 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1, 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8, 3,768 Hillel died. 10, 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 21, 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28, 3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44, 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66, 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69, 3,829 the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74, 3,834 Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86, 3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Ar Gamliel II. 133, 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134, 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Ar Akiva was imprisoned. 189, 3,949 Ar Judah Hadassi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219, 3,979 Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247, 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254, 4014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294, 050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298, 4058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304, 060 Ar Chisda was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4152 Arashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4187 Arashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4235 The Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Ravina. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pompedita was reconstituted. 609 4369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 The Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636 4396 Aritzhak was the last Jayon of Nehardeh, Virushuver. 637 4397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4405 One of the Takanah Hajanim was enacted at this time. 755 4515 RKJon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4519 Yehuda became Jayon of Surah. 759 4519 The Halach Abilallah, Bahag, was written at this time. 788 4548 Another of the Takanah Hajanim was enacted at this time. 858 4618 Aramrum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jayon of Surah. 928 4688 Rabbi Anusayadiah was appointed Jayon of Surah. 955 4715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4728 Arsherer became Jayon of Pompedita. 997 4757 Arhai became, the last, Jayon of Pompedita. 1038 4798 Arhai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1044,800 Rabbi Anujersa Mir Hagolah died. 1088 4848 The river arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1099 4859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1103 4863 The Rip died. 1105 4865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1135 4895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1144 4904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1147 4907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1147 4907 Rabbi Anutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1148 4908 The Rambams and the Radak's families left Cordoba. 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1171 4931 Rabbi Anutam died. 1175 4935 The Rashbam died. 1184 4944 The young son of the Ari was killed. 1187 4948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1189 4949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1190 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1191 4951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1194 4954 The Ramban, Nachmanides, was born. 1198 4959 The Ariabid died. 1204 4965 The Rambam died. 1236 4996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1242 5002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1244 5004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1252 5012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1267 5027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1275 5030 The Ramban died. 1286 5046 The Maher Amir Rothenberg was imprisoned. 1,295,050 new works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295,050 the era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maher Amir Rothenberg died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Haggadah Maimoni Yad were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Posteros Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Rabbi and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Rabbi and Rashbats not Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 Joseph Albo was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gezerre. 1,475 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 Obadiah de Berdenauer settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 Ardadits Habib Arbanel arrived in Naples from Spain. 1,496 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 the Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 the Shul Chan Aruch was completed by Yosef Karo. 1,575 5,330 the Shul Chan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 the Arizal died in Sfat. 1,573 5,333 the Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 the Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 Yosef Karo died in Safat. 1,599 5,359 the Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 the Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 the Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 Ardad Yom Tov Lipman Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,645 400 Ardad Yoel Sirks. The Ba died. 1,646 5,406 the Shech and Taz on Shul Chan Aruch were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Maki's forces. Earlier Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 the first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Barak Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 the Magen Avraham on Shul Chan Aruch was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtites died as a Muslim. 1689 5449 by Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1698 5458 the Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463 the Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712 5472 the Septei Chachamin was arrested. 1724 5484 Ardad Yaakov Kilai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487 the Mishnah Elimelech died. 1734 5494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. Akaranim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1741 5501 Igor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507 Ar Moshe Haim Luzito, Rumpel, died in Akko, Acre. 1750 5510 Ar Jonathan A. Beskutz became rabbi in Hamburg. 1754 5515 Ar Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1757 5518 the Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759 5519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1765 5520 the Baal Shem Tov died. 1764 5524 the Council of Four Lands, known as the Vayat Arba Erzod, was discontinued. 1768 5528 the Spite Resistance. The Haidamachs massacred thousands. 1772 5532 the Maggid of Mazuritz died. 1782 5542 R. N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1786 5546 R. Elimelech of Lizins died. 1791 5551 the Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1793 5553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1797 5558 the Vilna Gaon died. 1798 5559 the Baal HaAnu was released from first imprisonment. 1799 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806 5566 the Judah, Arham Yosef David Echelon, died. 1806 5566 the Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1809 5570 Ar Levi Yitzhak of Berdichev died. 1810 5571 Ar Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 Ar Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Koznitzer Maggid and Yehudi of Peshizka. Both died. 1815 5575 Joseph Lublin and Ar Mendel of Rimano both died. 1819 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840 5600 Ardat Yisrael of Ruzin was released from imprisonment. Later Akaranim and a Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1843 5603 the Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 Ar Yisrael Salander left building. 1851 5611 Ar Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 Ar Menachem Mendel of Kosk died. 1864 5624 the Malvin was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Judashe Harem, Tiferet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1873 5633 the Chapitz was published. 1874 5634 the Minchat Chinnit died. 1878 5638 Petah agricultural settlement was established. 1881 5641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 Ar Shlomo Gans Pride, author of Kietzer Shulchan Aruch, died. 1892 5652 Ar Haim, Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 the Sfatimit died. 1905 5665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914, 5,674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918, 5,678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923, 5,684 the Dab-Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927, 5,687 the 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe was released from Soviet prison. 1938, 5,699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939, 5,699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941, 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941, 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponery. 1942, 5,702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943, 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943, 5,703 the remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943, 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943, 5,703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944, 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945, 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945, 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947, 5,707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947, 5,708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947, 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948, 5,708 the State of Israel was established. 1948, 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949, 5,709 the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950, 5,710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950, 5,710 almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951, 5,711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956, 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967, 5,727 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967, 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973, 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974, 5,734 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982, 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987, 5,746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993, 5,753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994, 5,754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008, 5,767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai. India, kill 6. 2020, 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I could basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be finished, because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I possibly should. I'm still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend to know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism forward that there is absolutely a real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I'm just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe a totally say talk at Congregation to see about Hasidism, because I really do feel like David Short Shrift deserves a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. At any rate, welcome to the, I would say welcome to the end, but it's not the end. It's welcome to the ellipses, the ... Because, of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying ... It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up with Israel Palestine for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world was marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why Shabbatai was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbat movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat Tzvi and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize that this is just, gold gilding, they abandoned it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah. And that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business was a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period of returning to Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, when things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, the developments in Kabbalah sensing have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Lurian and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant post-Lurian and Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary and footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, the big schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, and Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbatai Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, without really a hitch. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago, that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years. Easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, you were like, no. So because they had a much deeper education. So the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, who never accepted the whole Shabbatian business to begin with, they excommunicated him as soon as they could, that one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. And as I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969, when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long. The school lasted for hundreds of years, although very tightly guarded and very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is a Klois in Poland, and that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the old Quarter-Baron system, which I prefer. This period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. And Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world, a whole new style of song the nicotinine that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine in the everyday. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rebbe having written, where the Quran says that Allah is closer to you than the jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Nachman or Redwell having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you. You and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine. But the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of bitul, of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing. They said they're singing, they're having theological debates that the Rebbe's could understand the English rock, and that the English rock allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds, which I always found a beautiful idea of sitting in a forest, listening to the birds, rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all hear the birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animal world. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, is the deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God. The Vekas is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this, at some level, by cultivating a relationship with kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rabbi, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzedukim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They're intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe. And Mosassin encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe Chassid relationship that Chassidism really grows up and becomes these sort of court-like spirituality entities. Today, we'll talk a little bit about how that's gotten a little stranger, especially with the Chabad movement, which I forgot to mention much in the later slides. I'll talk about that in a little bit as well, but we'll see how that develops. So, as we stopped last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Tzvi thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Tzvi business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year the Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's a year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. He discovered and invented at the same time as Leibniz. There's a bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know it now. He published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai Tzvi converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a medieval thing. It's like something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody on Star Trek. And they happen at the same time. They happen the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pike, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai Tzvi business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, in France, and in North America, and in England, and in Holland, and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing emphasis on rationality, emphasis on experimental science, emphasis on logic. And so we need to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects there's a God separate from nature. It's just nature. And nature is God, and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers. The philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and in many ways quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. Now, of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God, in the realization of Godness in the world. Now, of course, Hegel got disappointed with him later, but he made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break-off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to enlightened values, and they're going to incorporate those enlightened values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of equal protection under the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, not only in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of the Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was the solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God. Who knows how they figure these things out? They believed in werewolves and vampires, and they believed in all this stuff, Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the world of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the Maskilim, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became, incredibly polarizing. We also, again, for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors, because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious, and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jumped ship and you joined the Enlightenment camp, or you stayed behind in the shtetl, stayed in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Haredi Judaism, that is to say the black hat, Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers and heritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. And if you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of the modern modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, or the Lippish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and you tried to make it go at either becoming assimilated or you tried to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French and the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, it will fail. Assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy. It did not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like majority people were protected when the first Panthers rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Jews, and then there are traditional Jews. The world becomes polarized, becomes increasingly polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or Chapter V event or whatever pogroms would have stopped Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is the time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, I'm sure many folks that I've had contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of the emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just songs of being happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov is probably one of the most famous Rebbe's in this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow he's capable of feeling, and ultimately he's going to give rise to the idea of the Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap Nanach written on it, they listen to techno music and dance around. Pious to a fault. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Rav called Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I was looking over something today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books. Enormously huge output. But the Rothschild is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a magi, or a spiritual teacher, began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day, although the philosophy of that one's a little updated, but
Still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, which is also just really, really great to read and also get in English too. And both of these books have gone to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derek Hashem and Maslin Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements in one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi. Probably the most important rabbi. And so, very, very important. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the learning system. But also, there are a lot of encyclopedic texts where they're just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. They are translating it is beyond me. But it's the Sefer Kanaim. Sefer Kanaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are the demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in the Sefer Kanaim, which is a fabulous and interesting text. You can read it online free. Of course, you have to read Hebrew, the English translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. It's been a going theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on yet. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years it's just been a nightmare. It's just been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. Now they're right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. You pack your bags, and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable and we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, two things are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of apocalyptic in its narrative and in its way it talked about the world,
wasn't really informed by Kabbalah, but I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through social osmosis, right? So, let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, even the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conflicts. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular, at least to start. And it remains unpopular now, at least in the Haredi world. These folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, soap opera musically. You'll know, and Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism as Shulam, the evil people. He always calls them Shulam, the evil people. And so this is a thing that developed early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rob Cook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the Idea War that in a big way you get religious Zionism where you recognize it's considered relatively minority. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, this is a mistaken slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. This is I must have this slide up. But at any rate, the last thing I wanted to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences and alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Ebenezer Sidley and Barrett, who are people who published the Vegas. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurred primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's, of course, Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century into Hermetic Kabbalah with a Q. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in England, where this occult revival takes place. And so the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there, and it's very popular. There's a whole big world of people whose spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of correspondences that we refer to as the So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down on being traditional, the other strategies leave, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, perhaps I think one of the more difficult that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. And the problem was that the Orthodox world hated Jew because they thought this was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted Jew either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Husserl. Husserl was the great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level a losing game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you're going to go to classical Reform synagogue, the organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides of the middle. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, as you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible is being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They just had the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaftstes movement. And Ron's, I beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaftstes movement, scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is irrational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't very logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaftstes movement do? They ignored it. Basically, pretended that it wasn't there. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, for the Wissenschaft movement, Kabbalah was an embarrassment put back into the darkness of the Middle Ages because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting back to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Judaism. We believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. The Wissenschaft movement had to make a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely put on the back burner, put it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism were being formed. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Sorting movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism, in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Wissenschaft movement, and they base their Judaism on some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, by the Reform Seminary. But guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence of the movement. So if you grew up in a movement, Reform movement, Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned. This is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we're talking about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see the movements until recently. Studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who here who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? I see heads shaking. No, yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, then surely Zohar was sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. It's in the progressive world that it was banned. It was decanonized in our world. It's only now limping back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more than that. Of course, the other thing that happens at this time is in the 20th century, and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. Is of course the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They have payas. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them and killing them and putting them on these cattle farms was very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think proportionately, and Roz would be the better expert of this than I, that the Pacific world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust just because of they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology was independent. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously repulsive to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to the Rabbi. They also didn't want to individually leave, right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rabbi didn't leave, they didn't leave. And lastly, right, the park. When the Einstein movement moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rabbi. And it doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk with the Einstein movement to do the deed to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Sas V'Shalom, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially in Hasidic. I think 1 in 4 Satmar people were killed or something like that in the Holocaust. It's just a devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews in the Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and the European Jewry were a very important center of the development of Kabbalah, and the Holocaust profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America, and like the 2 largest groups, Satmar would eventually, like the Satmar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out before the war or in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties in Brooklyn, Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is Brooklyn. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively, go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there. You folks know this, right? In Israel, just the borough of Brooklyn. So the real Holy Land is over there, just right going out. So the rebound, folks, the rebound. How did this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have the Wissenschaftler movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist who studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. He reads everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being a good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftler movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't do it. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, to lecture at JTS, at the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, look, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right? Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber, the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. right? Nonsense is nonsense, but the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense, but the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but not forbidding anyone to be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieber, probably one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor of JTS, basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education, Saul Lieber. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, that's something we used to do. It's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually be Kabbalist. That's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students, folks like Moshe Yidel and Don, other folks who have gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Yidel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars who believes in Weiss and all kinds of stuff. Brody Burroughs is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is landed. It is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism led by Rothschild, and he would eventually give rise to Zionism as we know it, although Rothschild wasn't terribly influenced by, wasn't a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lurian themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalist to become really in the early to mid-20th century would be Rabbi Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. And the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah in Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, a text that took 18 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is both an introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of crazy Aramaic, but it's into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic. He published it in basically modern Hebrew, modern Rashi Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible in the modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's in fact, I think, a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel. So Yehuda Ashlag was also very important. I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So he moved into a Chabad house, and that's Rabbi sent someone to pick one, basically, and he's close to them. And Menachem Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was just a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things he did. But one of the things that's worth mentioning here that's important is that will be important going into 21st century Judaism when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a super big movement, I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially in Kfar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a so I have, so anyway, the Menachem missionaries are believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of included, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would really be kind of the Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns, images of the Rebbe's flag, which has an image of yellow with a crown that says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement is that largely the people that the messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Paul Schumas who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people. Most of the more established Chabad world doesn't really now with the Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control certain things. So the Chabad has this messianic going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this, or heard about it briefly, because the Shimto family, which is the larger Chabad family here in Michigan, very old Chabad family, they were seen here as emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s, 30s, something like that. But they were the leading force in many ways of the anti-messianism. They really thought the messianism was dangerous. And the Shimto family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the messianic camp. I don't think the messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different in other places, but I don't think that the messianic camp has ever gotten that foothold. But go to Brooklyn, go to 770s, certainly. Alright, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we wrap up is the rise of the Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world and maintained a lot of, it's not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in sort of the Tabarak movement of the 1970s. This is a period of Kahlbach and stuff like that for folks who grew up with Kahlbach and not. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement, and this movement proved extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world, and there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomi and Mark Green, who was one of a lot of teachers actually in Hebrew College. He's probably one of the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's sort of funny in the world, and I got to see groups together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I felt like a great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gawans of the Neo-Hasidic, and so got to spend some time with Mark Green. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and it's popular. It's actually growing in popularity, and with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other kinds of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue to be popular. The last thing I'll mention, this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. the Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi, which has received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else, it's from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world that sort of franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it for sort of kind of new age institutional Kabbalah, but this makes it famous by folks like Madonna and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her head. Some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make. But you go, Britney. So we sure they were home state people, so we need bringing them back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty profound way. I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. Well, I think the material was from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material goes from here. So you have Rabbi Madonna going on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah at some level in her spirituality on Roma, but she never converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who have been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. The Kabbalah Center is very polarizing, it's very controversial, and you've got some trouble with money stuff, unsurprising. A religious organization gets involved with celebrities and get in trouble for money stuff. Can you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, there was pop culture where a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and that becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah side, it's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years, 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform, adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in some level the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. And with a class like this is a completely secular academic class of Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers of Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who never accessible before. Women, LGBT folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we are living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You need to learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you might have to move to Israel, to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it's linked. Right? So much of it can be an interlibrary loan. You can go buy books right there at Amazon and learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations, things like the Zohar, or the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, you have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age. Study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped into our class or stayed for all 14, whatever.
What if you watched it while being recording yourself at least 3 times straight? Really? Yeah, why not? Do you know everything about it? Yeah, I'm a fucking Kabbalist on the page.
About Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Doc. No big deal. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
I look forward to learning with all of you soon. Kabbalah or not. Look at this over. My secret desire to do the let's say Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study out Zohar. Have imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class where you have the lecture in the lab. Lecture would be like this. We have the lab, and the lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream is a lecture lab class, Zohar lab. Which I have to say is a little more exciting to me than working in a chemistry lab. So anyway, folks, that's the up to the community and y'all. But I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and so happy that folks have come along with me on this journey. It doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're out ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with God, because Kabbalah is
World Series. Well, from Rothschild, not for the track of medical discussed on here and there and anywhere. Bill fucking right way. Sending ugly. Understand.
accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Are you fucking serious? No. What's that? What do you even say? I don't know.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the World Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
What? Holy shit, everybody. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday evening for you. A rare Tuesday edition of Kill Tony. Happy to be preceding the great other comedy store show known as Roast Battle. Happy Tuesday to you all. Welcome, everybody. How are you guys? It's like a real live show in here. Speaking of live show, you guys that are live here in the audience are part of episode 91, which is basically the first live streaming Kill Tony ever.
And HD.
You guys are double live. There are people around the world that can hear your laughs and your reactions. So thank you for being here. This is very exciting. We've always wanted it this way, a new sound system, a new streaming live show on an old historical club like the Comedy Store. And as of right now, it's bumping. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. And just to note that there's going to be two versions of Kill Tony, at least for a while. What you're watching online is the live streaming one. That's just so you guys stay tuned on video. Each episode the game comes out. But then we also are going to be releasing a 4K version of Kill Tony with better sound, better video, better features. So it's going to be a whole different thing there.
Higher quality for all you listeners. So I got to meet another group this week in Vegas.
We have 110 people watching.
Wow. We are over capacity of the fire hazard of the belly room. And I just tweeted it, so maybe more people will be joining us. So let's do it. It's fun. We have it again. We have one sponsor only. Her name's Elise Lane. She cooks us a meal every week. She's like the girl with the pan on Facebook and Instagram. She's Elise Lane on Twitter. Tonight she made us grilled chicken with crazy sandwiches. I had some weird tofu thing. It's good. It's great. Well, pretend like that's anything different from the usual thing. So, guys, it's a live show, and anything could happen. Like, normally we would have cut that beginning part of banter out completely, but no, you saw it. It just happened. We're talking about Brian's greasy hands for a second too long. Guys, every week lately we've had a musical guest, and some of you guys that are here in the actual room got to hear him earlier because he plays while the audience gets sad. He puts on his own little cool concert here. Because why not, while people are seated, have a live show already going on? He's one of my favorite artists that I came across in 2014. One of my favorite musical guests. It's the great Pat Reagan, everybody. With a brand new song every week. Kill Tony exclusive, the musical work of Pat Reagan.
Hey guys. The audience, I don't think is very happy to see me, Tony. I think they're like, you already did your part on the show. Because as Tony was saying, I warmed it up. Here's a song, though. You guys want to hear a fucked up song? All right, here's a fucked up song. It goes like this. Mike's a little pop.
Fuck yeah, super live.
Super live. All right.
Super duper live
oh
show.
My gosh. Please to God. Here's my song. Sorry. Walking down the street, it all seems beautiful to me. I stand up straight and seem to walk a little faster. Going to the shop and making talk with Mrs. Locke. You know, she's got the happy face of a disaster. Yes, and everyone smiles and waves at me. And I wave and smile back. But there's one thing that they don't know. I've got a gun in my backpack. 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 If they only knew, they probably shit their pants. Oh, make a stinky, stinky doo-doo. But they're unaware of the real circumstance. I've got a gun in my backpack. A fucking gun in my backpack. I stole it from a dead man. Now it's in my red backpack. Nobody knows I got a gun in my backpack. Nobody sees I got a gun in my backpack. I'm walking down the sidewalk with a smile and a gun in my backpack. A loaded gun in my backpack. An ounce of weed in my backpack. Baggages in my backpack. Reagan! With another great new song that we've never heard before. Super live, streaming. He's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Buy his album, Pat Reagan is a piece of shit. Pat Reagan Smells Like Shit. That's available on iTunes and Spotify for free.
Check out him and Jeremiah Watkins. You might know from Thunder Pussy. Did a great video for Funnier Guy. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're hilarious. We're very excited about Pat Reagan's input. Guys, every single week on this show, we have a head of security. Normally, it's a young rising comic coming through the ranks who is the head of security for us, keeps us safe, asks questions, tries to learn, addresses us. This week, we have our most credited patriot of all time. He's actually Phil Tony's super regular guest, a Death Squad powerhouse, one of the most credited comedians we know and get to work with, one of my very best and funniest friends. Put your hands together for the great Stephen Brody Stevens, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Wow, our best patriot ever. Chelsea Lately, Hangover 2, Due Date. Enjoy it on Comedy Central. His own Comedy Central half-hour special.
You got it.
Push. And believe, and then present. Yes, live in the flesh. You've seen him on everything. Comedy Central, HBO Go. There he is, live in the flesh. He's our patriot. You did? Yeah. You did it again. Brody's already on fire. Have a seat.
It's great to be playing the role of Iron Patriot when I work with Iron Man. Due Date, you got it. Robert Downey Jr. opening scene.
Oh, yeah, you were in that.
Yeah, it's not applauded. I don't want to say.
What about after the opening scene? What happened after that?
I went home. After that?
Yeah. Did you come back or anything?
No, I was one and done.
Oh, okay.
I do one scene and I get out.
I love it.
You know, that's how you do it. I'm excited here. Hello, Internet. Hello, high definition. I'm excited. Welcome to Us Stream.
You could probably just turn off the microphone. You don't really need to wear it. You scream.
So I'm getting yelled at for screaming after I did 2 hours of professional audience warm-up today in front of 150 people.
That's right.
So I come in here and I am up maybe 2 percentage points than I normally am, and I get beat down. You don't do that to me.
Brody's got a little bit of a soft side. Rugged teacher. Brody, I'm really excited to have you on. You're talking about your 2 hours of crowd warm-up that you did on at midnight today.
Yeah, I've been fired up recently. You know, people don't see the dark underbelly of show business and what it takes to make an Emmy-nominated television show. You got it at midnight. Nothing. Great.
Well, Brody.
I'm excited to see the fresh crop of talent.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to work with your 2 guests. And it's always an honor to be here with Tony Hinchcliffe and Red Band. Let's
That's
do it.
right. Here we go. Every week we have 2.
Just unplug that microphone.
Every week we have 2 new guests come on. And yes. Yeah.
You know, I'm here being positive. You know, I'm being a good sport. But let's keep, headpiece in. I'm doing this. Let's be nice to me.
No. But the headpiece goes to a speaker that's on your kneecap.
Right.
So they can't hear it.
Well, why am I doing that? What?
So this is what it is, man. Right. You're just funny without beds. Look at you. Huh? Is the couch that you're sleeping on?
Why am I doing that? What?
So this is what it is, man. Right. You're just funny without beds. Look at you. Huh? Is the couch that you're sleeping on? I didn't hear him. Is the couch that you're sleeping on in the kitchen of the place that you're sleeping? Like, why are you losing so much sleep over the thought of food? What is it? Like, do you really fucking sweat when you think of, like, eggs and shit? Why do you keep on adjusting the microphone? Jesus Christ. The last 30 minutes. The microphone doesn't go as tall as me, but no. When it goes down, do you think I'm going to get laid? Jesus, this guy's like a giant 7-year-old. Giant 7-year-old lesbian. That's what you are. It's unbelievable.
Sportsman's brother.
Yeah. It's less fortunate to be there, right?
When you know you're not going to get laid by anybody who's worth laying, just go fucking eat everything you can. Look, man, you gotta change the attitude.
Yeah.
This women out here fuck everybody. Yeah, for boom shakalaka get pussy. I know you can say
Go get it, Michael. That's Michael Parkinson going to get some pussy.
Michael.
Is this your real Twitter handle? Is this your Twitter handle now, Michael? This thing you wrote here? Okay,
I think I just got Michael Parkinson's disease.
Whoa, look at that. He went for it.
Bad. Tweeted.
Follow Michael Parkinson on Twitter at Gerber Baby Grown Up. So funny. Yeah. I've called him a lesbian all 3 times that he's been on. Once every time, because he really does. He looks like a giant lesbian.
He's a happy.
Looks like that one that if you played softball and she was on the mound, you'd be like, oh fuck. This is that one that fucking throws the thunder. Like it's like a 100 degree overhand.
Yeah. Bertha's just throwing fastballs.
got a side off underarm.
Oh shit. Alright, here's another new name that sounds like they haven't been on before. Put your hands together for Peter Barrera. I don't see Peter Barrera, and so that means he just got blacklisted. Brody, make some funny noises.
How dare you? When this Peter guy got nervous, he thought I was gonna go after him. That's what makes you a tougher comedian.
There you go.
Michael, thank you very much. Who picked you up? Access Paratransit?
Oh, there you go.
You got it.
Nailed it. Fuck yeah. So,
Yeah, let's do it.
your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Carter. We know this guy. Hillbilly.
the South. He just fell down the stairs and immediately picked himself up. He's from the South. Eric Carter, everybody.
Oh man, it's great to be out here, but I nearly fucked up earlier. I wanted to feel like I'm living in a big city, so I didn't drive. I took the metro, and I went to Highland. Instead of going west, I went east, and I noticed like the Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame dropped off, and then I looked up, and I said, Little Armenia. I'm like, hey, shit, this ain't Beverly Hills. But I just walked in here, puffing and puffing, and thank you, but just moved out here New Year's Eve, moved from the South. It's fun being a Southerner, but people give me a lot of hell. People always assume that I'm a racist based on my accent. That ain't true. I have a friend that's black. He got caught in the fire 2 years ago, and he's still pretty burned up. But for the past few months, I've been working on oil rigs. And if you think I'm a piece of shit, you should see my operator out there. This guy had too many felons to be a Marine. He proudly bragged.
Jesus Christ, Eric, what'd you do?
Dude, I literally just walked in. I mean, like, I'm still
Why did we have to know about that? That took 30 seconds off your time just doing that. 30 seconds.
And then you did a joke about, are you saying that your only black friend is a white guy who got in a fire a couple years ago? Is that what you said?
He's 1 out of 3.
Wow, you went for it, huh?
Yeah.
He's 1 out of 3. Were the other 2 white burn victims as well?
The other one has frostbited the entire body. The other one.
No, they're legit black guys.
They use oil. They're legit black guys.
They use our oil.
So are your black friends, or could one say that your black friends are some riggers?
Yeah.
That's good. That is. Whoa,
Why did you think of that?
Yeah.
You should have wrote that down on that fire with that.
So Eric, you're from the South, you're flustered. Where'd you walk from? Why
I got off at Highland, and I walked the opposite direction for 5 blocks. And then I noticed I saw the one that wanted some shit. And it was like 7:40, and I walked basically 4 fucking miles up and up.
why'd you keep walking? Why didn't you take a bus or something?
I don't like buses.
That would have been $3. Why didn't you jump out that bridge?
The 101, baby. Even if you survive the landing, a car's gonna hit you any second.
But it would have been way funnier than what you did.
Yeah.
I was excited for your material initially because it was a great bit. Like, oh shit, I walked the wrong way on Highland. I got to Little Armenia, and little Mark Ellis, who likes a happy ending, is like, oh shit, here comes a punchline. And then you just went into your first joke, and I'm like, wait, that was like half your set. It was just the setup to why you're on stage. There was no joke.
As a Southerner, I like the accent.
Is it real?
Yeah.
What part of the South are you from?
Mississippi.
Yeah, that checks out.
That part.
So when did you see your first black person?
3 years ago.
Really? Holy shit.
So y'all ain't got no TVs now?
Black and white.
They still show him as black. Like,
But they still don't show them with black and white TV.
On those black and white ones, they still
Ain't no
white.
black programming on black and white TV.
Oh my god, Eric.
They think the Simpsons basically.
So you were on an oil rig for a few months. What's that like?
It's hell. Especially in North Dakota, 6 inches of snow, below 20 degrees.
So like, what do you do? How many hours a day are you working on?
12 to 18.
Right, and then what do you do after work? Just go to sleep and do it again. That's all there is to do. So what would you do for fun while on the oil rig? Because you were out here for a while, you got a taste of the Hollywood life, and then all of a sudden you're on an oil rig in North Dakota, deep in snow. What do you do to entertain yourself?
Well, they set us up in nice cabins, so if I was all on
A nice cabin to you, what's that? Like outhouse of Job Day John, one of those fucking, like, what do you consider a nice cabin?
That was a double wide trailer.
Right. Oh, yeah. Exactly double the size of the trailer that you're normally used to.
So, did you have any prostitutes out there?
It was like the Wild West. There were a bunch of them, but I stayed away from them. STD's really high in that area, higher than Hollywood.
have you ever gotten an STD?
Google Blue Waffle.
I
I saw that.
What's a blue waffle?
Blue waffle disease.
Oh shit.
What the hell is a blue waffle disease?
My tool pusher told me to Google it, and it's really high in North Dakota.
It's not real.
Yes, it is.
No, blue waffle is not a real disease. Yes, it is. Like a blue waffle. I hear Megasha Jackson saying yes it is, and by the look of her lips, she knows about blue waffles. If there's blue waffles happening, Megasha Jackson knows about it. Eric, have you ever been with a black woman before?
Yes, I have.
What was that like?
Oh, he was looking like Texas.
Right, exactly.
I've had 3 of them.
What?
Yeah. Sisters love me.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
3
yeah,
sisters?
yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Don't
Sisters.
be found out.
I thought he was saying that all 3 black women that he hooked up with were sisters. I forgot that they called themselves sisters. I thought people were actually
You
buying.
just went from room to room to room in a house. Like, can I get your grandma too?
Eric, tell us about being with a black woman. What was that like?
How was it to see that like that hair for the first time? Just catching my cubicle.
Well, I was fortunate enough these shaved.
These shaved.
These shade, these.
Not they shaved. You said these shaved.
Yeah.
As if they're like, they're not even human beings. That's what you're saying. These shaved. That's like saying this fucking shaved. Like, it's like you can't believe that they would do that themselves.
I'm just this shit.
Right, exactly. It's just so natural. He doesn't even know what's wrong.
No, I know.
He doesn't even see what could possibly be wrong.
It's like you're describing the ordering experience on Amazon. Like, you're just like, nah, I'll go non-shave. I don't want to deal with that shit.
No, they had pretty asses. They were shaved. And,
Wow. Dude, there's a black guy right behind you who's going crazy right now.
Hey, you hate Netflix.
one of them I did. I didn't need the other 2.
The first one, yeah, tried.
Well, the other 2, they were so damn worn out after I thrusted it to them.
Wow, yeah.
I think I named Jimmy locked that pussy.
What was your favorite thing about being with a black woman that you don't get when you're normally with white men?
They're going to sound kind of crazy, but I like that coconut smell. Like black girls have good scents.
Oil.
It all comes back to the oils. Because sales just went up again.
This oil totally drowns out the smell of blue
We're
waffle.
trying to cook, motherfucker. We're trying.
No, it doesn't do that. Doesn't do that. No, not that strong.
Smell of coconuts that you like.
What's the longest relationship you ever been in? Have you ever been serious about a young lady?
Just I travel a lot, so I've never one place too long.
You're a walking Allman Brothers song. You just keep moving from oil rig to oil rig. And now you're here. How long are you going to be here before you go back to rigging?
Yesterday I run out of money.
Do you have a date yet? Like, do you have a prognostication as to when that's going to be?
No, I just got a serving job over at City Wall at a Mexican restaurant.
Oh my god.
Hey, Mexican went to
What do you want? Some kind of burrito or something? I like the tacos Bel Grande.
These cooks speak English back there. These cooks speak English.
Try the blue nachos.
Yeah. Can you tell us the restaurant? Can you give us a little pitch? Like, what if you came up to us as a table? Like, what would be your
I
opening
haven't
line?
started yet. Just stood up my W-2s, but
Is it Camacho's?
yes.
I've been to City Park.
You just
10 or 20 times.
guessed the restaurant? Holy shit.
Camacho's, it's right there. It's next to they got an
I've
IMAX
worked
there.
at Mexican restaurants before.
I bet you have.
One in Dana Point, one in Waco, Texas.
Busted the place.
So, like, give us your opening line. What's it gonna be? Talking to the mic.
How are y'all doing today? Y'all welcome to Camacho's.
Let's go to another restaurant. Let's get our. Eric Carter, there he goes, everybody. He's on Twitter at Call Me Easy. Anything else for Eric?
I'm upset when he was serving. He skipped me. He said, well, he went over me.
He didn't look at you at all.
He knows where his tip's coming from. Come on, Byron.
We got a different water fountain for your friend.
You know, guys, I was saying we're talking about oil, and Mark's a big football fan. There's a football player who's really
oil? The Redskins? Not Riggins? Diesel. Yeah. Guys, I knew you wouldn't get that joke, but as soon when I say something and then I'm done, then you laugh. That's called a joke, and that's why I hang out with Major League Baseball players and whoever I want to. Some positive energy, and I look for the fun in it. Hey, Brody, there was a pitcher that was really into oil, too. You remember him? Oil King Boyd. Right? Thank you. Got it. Why did I get that? Ask me something not about sports.
Eric Carter's on Twitter at CallMeEC. That was Eric Carter, everybody.
Eric Carter, everybody.
What do you think?
Yes.
What do you think of Eric, Brody? What's the Brody report on a Southern boy like that?
I worked at Red Robin. I understand what he's going through. I like this. I like how he put down his coasters. That's his table. He'll check back after 2 minutes. Those are the rules. Always keep the water. Always filling up water. You're gonna do good there. And come on, is it Hector Camacho's? Is that who owns it? Hector Macho Man Camacho? Do you guys read newspapers or anything at all? Because I'm throwing out basic stuff and I'm getting zero.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
Go ahead. I'm gonna start getting sexual. All right, that's where we're going next. That's what you sickos respond to.
Jesus Christ.
Start masturbating.
All right, you know it's a good live show when Brody starts threatening to masturbate. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He just had his head shaved on this show a couple weeks ago. So you know he's going to be hilarious. Put your hands together for Kenny Lyon, everybody. There he is.
I got straight A's in school, straight absences. Going to Sunday school, they're teaching me how to scoop ice cream.
Oh, I see what you're doing, man. Say the banana splits one again.
I'm attending Sunday school. They're teaching me how to scoop ice cream. Banana splits.
Michael Parkinson's just clapping because you said banana splits. I love it. So you come in with all the confidence in the world. You know, show where you only have to perform.
I love Kill Tony. Thank you. That's why I love it.
Kenny. Just stick with me. Over here, buddy.
I got my sponsor.
Just relax, Kenny. Just take it all in, okay? You did 13 seconds now. Now, did you come out here with the intention of just doing 13 seconds? Like, if you get picked, you're like, I'm going to do the one thing about the A's and the absences, and then that joke about banana splits that makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm going to sell the dog shit out of it and just go and give it my time back. Like, you thought, like, was that the plan the whole time?
That and now this.
Well, yeah, I know this is the part of the show where we do that, but I'm talking about during your set. You just felt that in the moment?
Yeah, I did those two. I opened with those two jokes all of yesterday. 4 mics and this last week.
Now, at the other mics, did you do more time than the 13 seconds? Or also on those mics, did you just drop the mic afterwards and walk out? Like, I'm going to give the rest of you y'all like that. Whatever that beautiful line was that you said. Now, how do you feel now with the new shaved head? You had a big pair of dreadlocks.
I love it. My job loves it. Actually, my job, my boss is Jay Thomas. He was Sam Kinnison's old manager.
This guy gives more shout-outs than like 106 Jams. It's unbelievable. Like,
this one next one goes out to Vacation Jackson. Sweet love.
If you didn't know, you had if you want hair, but last week, get it not that just dead hair, and it looked like it's false.
Yeah, what you need to know about Kenny Lyon is that he smokes pot constantly. Like, he is He's a really big freeloader of pot, and he just stands around anywhere around the Comedy Store where he thinks people are smoking pot, and he'll just join you if you start smoking pot. That's just exactly what he does. And so he's trying to clean up his life a bit, so he got rid of this disgusting, matted, wormy-looking dreadlock that he had, shaved his head on this show for an astounding 3 minutes. Complete silence. It was a total failure. I never should have booked it that way. And so now, Kenny, this is what's happening. What's the job that you work at?
I'm an usher at the Dolby Theater.
You're an usher at a theater.
They do the Academy Awards.
Wow.
Did they recognize you when you came back to work after you shaved your head?
No. They thought that they were doing a...
They're like, man, he kind of looks like that guy we fired last week.
Hey-o.
Kenny, did you get to work the Academy Awards?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Yeah, it's the best, man. It's the best.
3 years in a row you've been working there?
I try to hook up with chicks, the whole thing, man.
How does that work out for you?
Yeah, I kind of got close because, I'm right there guarding the doors.
Wow.
Then I got some.
Yeah, what you see at the Academy Awards?
It's all old popcorn.
Did any hot starlets try to have sex with you? Was anybody like, oh shit, Manny,
No, but
I want to fuck Manny Pacquiao with leukemia? You can't just hi-oh really great jokes. Okay? That doesn't.
You can't hi-oh 2 jokes that went more than your entire set. That's kind of illegal.
So Kenny, during the Academy Awards, do you ever get mistaken for Maddox, Angela Jolie's child? Now that's a joke. That felt good. Thank you, Kenny, for being a part of that movement.
I love it, bro. You guys gotta watch Brody when he closes the
Kenny, they know. You and the shout-outs, Jesus Christ. Non-stop. Now, you live with your mom, and you said that she was going to be really happy if you cut your hair. And this is like the update on that. How's mom feel about the new haircut?
She's still mad that I don't have a full-time job.
Right.
She laughs.
Wait, but you got the theater gig, so how many, did you just work the Oscars?
Pretty much.
And then you're off the rest of the year?
Yeah.
I'm clocking out, bitches. See you in 2016.
You see people in the theater one day a year?
Wow.
How can you...
I don't know what your mom name as an immigrant. Where we from in America?
Hey! Yeah! Living the dream! Yeah, you made it, Nick. You made it.
Whoa, Brody,
I
getting
almost said it.
excited over there.
I almost said it. I'm sorry, guys.
Be careful. The guy from Breaking Bad sitting right next to you, the black guy. Oh shit, there he is. I saw him eating potato chips out of a backpack earlier. It was the highlight of my night. I know there's just one little bag of potato chips in the backpack, but I was picturing like if the whole backpack was just potato chips when he was eating it. It was like the most adorable thing, but I didn't want to draw attention to it.
It's like a kid's book. It's a magical backpack that keeps creating potato chips. That's never ending.
There he is, everybody. All right. Kenny, thank you so much. You're wacky.
Solid.
Also, yeah, I just want to say it's an honor sitting over here with former Major League Baseball player Tony Gwynn.
There he is.
May you rest in peace.
Yeah.
Did you get that?
Yeah. Brody Stevens.
John Riggins.
So you're through athletes that are still alive, so now we're just going to reference dead athletes.
A question that I always ask my guests when they're on for the first time is, was there anything you said or did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you did? You know, like how probably at some point, like the geisha's going to look back on tonight's set and wish that she said other things. You know what I mean? Like probably.
There were a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
Whoa!
There's a lot of Hawaiian shirts in my past.
That's a classic youthful boy.
When I landed in the Comedy Store 10 years ago, I had a lot of Hawaiian shirts when I did the open mic. It was like, that was my funny show. Like, how would everybody know I was funny unless I had the Hawaiian shirt? And on really big Saturday nights, I had the Hawaiian shirt with a Van Halen shirt underneath the Hawaiian shirt just to double up how much I fucking love the party.
Shit. I get the feeling Byron's not going to have the same answer as that. Hawaiian shirts and Van Halen t-shirts underneath them for you, Byron?
No, I say it.
Asian N-word.
Yeah, she was a Vietnamese woman. She was talking on the show. Vietnamese talking on the show. I was like, hey, shut up, Coop.
Yeah.
And she was like, you shut up, nigga, and the whole place got silent.
Whoa.
Everybody else was white, and it was like a standoff. And I was like, you know what? I deserve that.
Always let the Vietnamese win. That's just the American way.
Yeah, I fucked up.
I guarantee you, right after that set, they set up a white kid in a Hawaiian shirt to clean up the room, just to put everything back together.
Oh,
You know how many people it takes to kick out an Asian woman? Oh.
here's a mistake. Doing the Gong show in Atlanta was a mistake because they booed, they like to boo. And I was on stage and the Gong just flew at my feet. Instead of them hitting it, they said they was like, hitting killers.
Oh my
Gong
God.
myself, you know what I mean?
Did you do it? That's so
No, I
funny.
kicked the Gong into the audience. And a nigga just threw himself at the Gong. It was horrible.
Wow, that's amazing. I hear horror stories out of it.
Are we going to bleep out the N-word on this podcast? Because I'm an audition. I'm an audition.
All right, Brody.
This is like a no-win situation for me.
You're
You guys know
killing.
me, right?
You're killing. People are going to be brave about
doing
it.
well.
Yeah, you're crushing.
Yeah, you crushed
We have a great synergy, Brody. We work
I
together.
don't know. I'm on the chat room. It's not working.
Don't worry about that.
You know what? I'm loving the show. Let's keep pushing.
Here we are. We're at the part of our show where every week we have two regulars that go up and do a brand new minute every single week. It's insanity. All of our fans have gotten to watch them grow. Like over the last year and a half, a brand new 60 seconds each week. They do it as well. So put your hands together for your first comedian going up tonight. You know her as the college dropout. Dropped out of her senior year at the University of Florida. Once she started stand-up comedy here at the Comedy Store on this show. Brand new minute. Very funny. Kimberly Compton, everybody. Appreciate it.
That's everything. 50 Shades of Grey is coming out pretty soon. And a lot of girls were really into that book. That was a really big thing a few years ago. A lot of chicks masturbated to 50 Shades of Grey. Not me, I couldn't. Too many paper cuts. Just kidding. I really don't know how people do that. Like, I don't know how people masturbate to books. Like, what are they like? Words. I like that noun. Like, I don't get it, you know? I'm starting to realize that I have a type of guy, and that type is unavailable. And I don't know if I like unavailable men because my father was unavailable, or mean guys just get me wet. The other day, a guy messaged me on Facebook, and he said he would give me $25,000 if I gave him a blowjob. And I'm not a prostitute, but I feel like $25,000 buys a lot of Listerine.
Kimberly Compton. A brand new minute. That's fun. You did it again.
Thank you.
Anything for Kimberly, guys. What do you think? Brand new minute each week. How would that affect you? How do you guys handle that?
Have you used the previous minutes in other sets, or was it just like now it's just a challenge to do this show, and then it's like fuck that minute, it's not that good?
Wait, I don't understand the question.
Like, do these minutes translate to other shows you
Oh
do?
yeah, I use them in some of them.
Yeah, the good
Yeah.
ones. The good ones go to the overall.
I go back and I look at them and I like, and now they're all starting to talk about a lot of the same things.
I said it before. I definitely think it's good. I think what they do is a good exercise. Like, I was on the way.
You are a paid
You haven't paid regular? You've been paid regular for like 6 months.
Yeah. Like in 2 years. Yeah, there you go. Even Brody's independent. Pay attention.
Based on what I'm saying, I think this is a good training ground.
Absolutely.
They wasn't booing the shit. Ain't nobody booing it. I mean, this is great. I would love to open this environment.
Have you ever read 50 Shades of Grey?
I tried to. That's why I made the joke because I just don't get it.
You tried to read the actual paper version of it? Or?
Yeah. It's just like it's really sexual on paper, and I was like,
gone so far down the porn path that now a mere book can't get you off anymore?
I'm pretty deep in the porn path. Probably.
Well, this is interesting. They do?
Yeah.
Women condom drawers, they condoms don't match. You gotta be in a box. Female condoms, the rapper. Female condoms, they don't match. You just be like, which size? My size.
Right.
Like going to the
All the options.
Yeah.
weird, man. 2 vibrators, 1 broke. So, a book.
Is this true? Are all the drawers the same? Do you have a drawer like that?
I don't have a bucket or a broken vibrator, but I do have different condoms. And a vibrator. We do.
So if you get a guy back to your place and you like him enough, you just like go to the drawer,
Yeah.
send him to the drawer. He's like, there's no fucking books in here? You're like, sorry.
Kimberly,
Yeah.
it's a personal question.
Yeah.
Did you happen to lose your virginity at Barnes & Noble?
There you go, Brody.
That's
You're
how
nailing it.
yeah, that's going on my demo reel.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Fuck yeah, Kim. You did it again. Now that you've
You're
mentioned
looking more comfortable on stage.
Yeah.
I am?
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
I mean, it don't matter. As long as you look, you'll never really feel that way. You might. Yeah.
Confidence. I was going to say that, but I'm trying to keep my words real bit.
Yeah.
Very
Thanks,
confident.
Brody.
It's always going to be hard, you know. You never really get that much more comfortable on stage because once you keep doing good, then your expectations just go high with whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? So
And that the Listerine joke was the best joke we've heard all night. It was like Listerine joke and then like Megasha's advertisement for a website.
The oils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you did a joke? That joke did, and then you get like it's like you kept going.
Yeah.
That's how you know you can come on stage. Like, okay, go.
there you go, Kim.
And by the way, there's a great open mic out in the valley to my apartment. And
Whoa, Brody.
too, I'm on fire.
He's going for it.
Closing strong, Brody.
There she goes, everybody. The great Kimberly Condon.
Yeah.
She goes. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. She was on the Joe Rogan Experience with me, Brian, and your next comedian, the final other regular who does another new minute each week, normally talks about something goofy and breaks it down bigger and expands it on an inanimate object into something wackier than that. Very funny. Put your hands together for Sarah Weinstein.
I don't understand people who have spice racks. I just don't feel like it's necessary. I feel like they want to be taken seriously in the culinary world. There is no need to have 16 spices. There just isn't. What the fuck is coriander? Why do you have that? It is not the late Middle Ages. We're not going to be trading spices for furs and silks, guys. Time, but with the TH. When you sound that shit out, it's like fine. Then you have a list. Makes no sense. Saffron? What do you use saffron for? Cumin? Spelled like cumin? C-U-M-I-N? Alright.
Crush Fest, all on one thing. Stayed in the pocket. Spice rack all the way. That's great.
Yeah.
You're totally right. I mean, at first I was like, wait, how are you going to talk about spice? I love that. You're right. There's so many fucking spices that suck. What do you eat?
You did a great job of picking out the obscure spices that people still heard of.
Right.
Like, nobody knows what the fuck coriander is or what it's doing in your food, but we've all seen it there before.
Right. A lot of people think that cinnamon and saffron are just the Geisha Jackson sisters. But the truth is, there's spices as well.
stand-up doesn't work out, do you have a background in culinary arts?
I mean, I can like make it taste decent, you know?
Michael Perkins. Hold on, Michael Perkins had just came in his pants.
We just
say the word.
raised the roof, Joe.
You literally raised your hands like you were on Space Mountain when you just heard about a girl that might be able to cook you halfway decent shit.
Yeah. Anytime a girl says the word kitchen twice, Michael freaks out. Look at that dude. Oh, what is he? You're gonna make it, man.
I can't believe you brought down the security at Jurassic Park by yourself. Like, that was so crazy.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Damn you, Newman.
Wait, we got a show. I think that you and Michael should go on the road together. You just say, what the fuck is coriander? That he tells everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That actually goes well with blue waffles. You guys just united.
You guys would be a great team. Nothing better. Nothing better. I was gonna call him a pig again. Forget it. Seasoning something.
You're not that fat, by the way. Like there's a lot of.
Well, your face is, so don't clap that hard. Guys, I love it. That's Sarah Wineshank crushing for a minute. Mary Kimberly Condon. We're watching monsters grow here week after week with those two. She's Sarah Wineshank. Princess Shank on Twitter.
Like to see her spice rack.
Whoa, Brody, going for it again. Somebody let Brody jerk off on them, please. He's getting a little horny over there. Brody, you're on Twitter at what? All things Brody? Brody is me friend? What is it?
Brody is me friend on Twitter. Thank you very much. And once I settled in here, I thought we all connected.
Totally. Great synergy. Thank you, Brody. You're one of our best Patriots ever, especially on this first ever live streaming episode. Big shout out to Josh Martin Comic. Josh Martin sitting right over there in the ugliest t-shirt in the world. He has been hustling around all day, setting everything up. Panicked at one point. We've done 91 episodes. He's never panicked to me before. Was panicking before this one. Told me that I should give him the information about the Patriot not dressing up earlier than 10 minutes before the start of the show.
Is that me?
Josh, I think you might be taking things a little too seriously. It's okay. Yeah, he was upset that you were only wearing gloves.
You're mad at me, Josh?
No, it wasn't that.
He called it unprofessional.
Yeah. But thank you guys.
Maybe it was.
And to our amazing guests, 5150 Ellis on Twitter, Byron Bowers on Twitter, Schmoes Know. Go get that on iTunes. Subscribe on YouTube.
Yes.
Schmoes Know is unbelievable. That's where I check into for all my fun movie reviews. Because I love fucking movies. How great is Birdman? With me?
Well, Birdman, I think it should win Best Picture.
I totally agree. Hopefully with Kenny Lyons seating people at the Kodak Theater, you can slip that in the envelope. Byron, anything else you want to promote? We are live.
Guy Code every Wednesday at 11.
That's a popular show.
Wow.
And the Eric Andre show. So tune in. I'm going to talk about these positions. ByronBowsLive.com and Facebook and Twitter and all that shit.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much. I am doing the 311 cruise at the end of February.
What is that, Tony?
311 performs on a cruise ship with like 4,000 of their biggest fans. There's a bunch of other shows that go on. I'm opening for 311.
Wow.
A band that I love. No big deal. Just getting paid to perform with a band that in high school I would save my money to go see, which is pretty fucking surreal. So I'm excited about that.
420 Vancouver, guys. That's what. 420.
Tweet at Comedy Central that you want to see Tony Hinchcliffe on the hashtag Bieber roast. Annoy the dog shit out of him until they simply can't take it anymore. Do whatever it takes to try to get me on that thing so that other people that don't watch podcasts know how amazingly hilarious I am. 2 million total views tonight on our live stream. 2 million. I'm pretty sure we went over the fire capacity of the belly room. Thank you so much, live audience. Redman, anything else? Love you guys. Thank you. Roast battle is next. Roast battle. Midnight.
store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 2. Give it up for Tony!
Yo! Fuck yeah, everybody. Here we are. Happy Monday to all of you. How exciting. I'm glad that so many people were able to make it out. Welcome to Kill Tony, everybody! Here with the one and the only Brian Redband. Brian,
Hi.
how you doing, buddy?
Horrible week this week.
Oh,
I got roofied. A male roofied me. It sucked.
that's insane.
I know.
All right. In other news, fucking crazy shit always. I'm doing, you know what, I'm going to save that. Let's do something that we've been doing every week. First of all, our one and only sponsor is sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. It's Elise Lane. She's a gourmet chef. She cooks food every week for me and the guests, and we give her a shout out on the podcast, and she gets to meet comedians. Comedians like, for example, Russell Peters, one of the richest comedians in the world, who now hired Elise Lane as his private chef, everybody. That's right. She gets to laugh in a Malibu compound while cooking food. Tonight she made us another great meal. Tonight it's herb and garlic crusted pork tenderloin with caramelized stone fruit caponata over grilled sourdough. She's on Twitter at Elise Lane and Instagram and Facebook. She's the girl with the pan. Elise Lane, everybody, our one and only sponsor. Making you hungry when you expected to just enjoy a good comedy podcast. We like talking with you. Every single week lately, we've had a musical guest who comes on and does a brand new song each week just to get us warmed up and started a bit. Now, the last few weeks, he's actually been playing while the audience gets sat in this room. And he's been shaky about his confidence. He talks about it outgoingly before the song, awkwardly. It's a beautiful thing. He talks about how he thinks it won't work, how maybe it doesn't help. But here we are again. Even though you saw him while you got seated, the podcast listeners, it's Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is, doing a brand new song. The Kill Tony Musical Challenge, a brand new song every week.
Well, you know, Tony, the audience just can't get enough. So we gotta give them what they. Hey, I'm just gonna play a short little song, guys. This is a blues song. Blues fans out there. This song is called the Hard-Boiled Egg Blues. It goes like this.
Josh Martin dropping the ball. There's a runaround producer, Josh Martin, coming 45 seconds too late, everybody. That's what that looks like. He's got it. Whoa. Wow.
Josh, what are you trying to do over here, man?
Hi, Josh. You just come in, turn everything up, and then run away?
Just run away? You even tell me what happened.
Christ, this guy's out of control. It's like he's against the show.
Yeah.
I mean, he talks about it all week. He lives for it. Then it's go time. He's nowhere to be found. Comes in, turns everything up.
The comic stylings of Josh Martin, everyone.
Yeah, there he goes. There he goes, walking the wrong direction. Ladies and gentlemen, our musical guest tonight. We've done something fun the last few weeks. So we're going to edit all that out. No, we're kidding. We actually don't edit it. Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is.
The Hard-Boiled Egg Blues, ladies and gentlemen.
Spread my
such a dirty little hole. One egg feels good, but two's amazing.
A new article that makes the argument that spam is no different than advertising, except one is controlled by the institution and the other is not. And we should not see spam as necessarily negative, because at the end of the day, it's really hard to define. In many ways, spam is art. Please give a historic breakdown about spam, how it was about rations after World War II, its definition, its etymology, all that.
One more time for Pat Reagan. Every single week we have a new head of security who keeps us safe. This week will be no different. This guy is hilarious. Normally, it used to be a guy in an Iron Patriot suit. It's evolved so much, this guy's just wearing a set of gloves tonight. Funny guy, one of my good pals. Put your hands together for George Perez, everybody. Fuck yeah. The Mexican. You're Mexican, you're a roaster. George Perez is an insult guru. We once roasted each other for like half an hour straight one time. George, you've been on the show a couple times. You're hilarious.
Thank you.
How's it going?
It's going good.
How would you make fun of Josh Martin if you had to make fun of him? Josh, get over here.
He looks like he has an ingrown hair on hair.
He has an ingrown head, I'm pretty sure he's trying to say. That chicken, I just can't. There's a weird smell going on, Brian. Like, you have to eat before the show from now on. You can't just eat and breathe in my face. Like, this is out of control. This whole thing's backfiring. I'm like, we'll have a food sponsor. It's going to be great. I didn't actually expect you to start, like, eating dinner right in front of me.
I think it helps.
And the way that you eat, it's just unbelievably disgusting.
Have you not realized I do it on? This is the first time.
No, it's not like a funny, I do it on purpose as a joke. Like, I don't know what it is. It's terrible. It's food.
I know.
Ryan.
But since you're vegan, I thought it would be funny. But
it has nothing to do with the fact that I eat healthy and I'm in good shape. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the smell of pork being blasted on my face. I'm facing this way. I'm trying to talk to George over here. Guys, back to the show. I guess it's that caramelized stone fruit empanada that I'm smelling. Oh, shit. George, are you excited about tonight's show?
I'm excited, bro. I've never had gloves that lit up.
Fuck yeah.
I feel like I can pull people over. Like, pull over. That's weird.
I love it. This train is rolling along 1,000 miles an hour, everybody. So let's just get the show started. Tonight's guests, two of the funniest people that I know. Doug's been on the show a bunch of times. It's Andy's first time. We're so excited to have him. Get good and loud for our guests. It's Doug Benson and Andy Haynes, everybody. Here we are. Fuck yes.
All right, I don't drink Coke. Let's do this.
That's my cup. Okay.
Switching it up. Doug, you want a drink? Doug, you want a drink?
I don't want any soda, please.
Is that a drink?
Brian read my mind.
Fuck yeah. Somebody roofied Brian this week, he said.
What?
Make the argument, though, that spam and advertising are exactly the same thing, except one happens with control and the other does not. And the reason why spam is seen as dangerous is because the system cannot control it. In many ways, spam is like art.
Bill, stop it.
Right.
So,
Well, I'm sorry, Brian. I didn't even know that was a two-way street. I'm going to watch what I drink now because I always thought I could just have drinks and no one would try to drug me.
Yeah. Now, George is one of my toughest friends. George, you've been in prison, right?
yes.
What do you you know about roofie? You ever been roofied? You ever roofie anybody? What's the deal?
I roofied somebody once. But, like, I had a bad conscience, so I gave her a bad email, too.
Following it up.
Somebody came with some material tonight. Take notes. There's no way that's a true story.
I already had 3 babies' moms.
What?
I already have 3 babies' moms, so I didn't want 4.
You have 3 babies with 3 moms?
Yes.
Well, you really are a patriot. Holy shit. He is really adding to this country.
But yeah.
Are those like those as seen on TV blue light things on your hands?
Thanks for the cocktail.
That's the patriot part. We have them in a very when I have extremely funny patriots, I don't make them put on the costume.
Oh, wow. So any patriot that comes in and you make him put on the costume, he doesn't think I'm funny. I gotta wear this whole fucking dog and pony show on my face. And funny guys get to come on and just have wrist things that are really cool. Just go pew 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 pew.
Yeah.
Like this is amazing. Yeah, I'm fucking scared of you.
It's perfect.
You should have another one on your chest.
I wasn't in the budget.
I feel like I'm in an episode of Locked Up, and my cellmate has weapons. That's what I feel like doing there.
Well,
The audience isn't feeling it, so let's move on. Everyone's scared of you. That's my point.
George, what's your every week the Patriot asks the guest a question. What do you got for tonight?
Mr. Benson.
Oh shit. Nobody says Mr. Benson unless they're going to rape you.
Yeah.
He's going to attack me in the parking lot.
Enjoy your drink, though.
What's up?
I know you smoke a lot of weed. I don't know if you do coke or anything else.
No, sir.
But, do you ever watch animal porn?
Isn't that just
I
wild?
thought he would ask me something challenging, but it's true and also just the right thing to say. No. I'm sorry, I meant. Yeah, see, I'm going to judge the other comedy that comes up on stage because I am a pro that said nay. I got some groans from the audience. That's no matter how long. This is my lesson for everyone here tonight. No matter how long you've been doing it, you're not above getting a fucking groan from a bullshit crowd that got into a free show.
No doubt about it. George, what's your question for Andy Haynes?
You done a lot of late night?
Wait a second. I get animal porn, and he gets a question about his career? Unfair. Because also you said you smoke a lot of pot and then went to animal porn. What's the connection there? Do you think pot smokers are into disgusting things?
Yeah.
We were wrong. Yeah, you got booed by a lady.
It's okay.
How does that feel? Not so iron. Feels soft and sad.
God, there's a lot of sexual tension between Doug and George.
Because he kind of reminds me of, I don't want to get into it, but,
Whoa. Somebody wants to steal your wallet or something?
I came in here with a beef with the whole Patriot premise.
When I say make it publishable, don't say anything. Just give me the publishable version, please.
Die, and you guys think it's something new,
Right.
instead of making him want to kill himself because he quit a successful podcast like 2 seconds before it became successful, and now has to watch it all the time while other guys pretend to be him. And one of the people that pretends to be him doesn't even have to wear the outfit.
Right.
Just gets to do his job. That fucking guy came here on a bus every week, where he had to just stand on the bus because he couldn't sit down in the outfit.
Yeah.
This guy gets to wander in, throw on a couple of gloves, and pretend it's winter while it's 80 degrees out fucking side because we're in Southern California. How weird is this weather?
But Doug,
It is.
Doug, the Patriot can now watch it live streaming.
Yeah.
So it's
like he's
That's
here
what I'm
with
saying.
us.
It's even worse. You're just rubbing it in, like fuck you, guy who used to do this job that we just didn't get along with. It wasn't like he did anything horrible. Yeah, we got along with him. We did anything horrible. You just didn't vibe with him.
We did vibe with them, but
you came on my podcast and it was a train wreck
because then we were done. That was it.
That was the moment you were finished.
You killed the Patriot. Now you have a guilty conscience. We never
have a guilty conscience, but I won't put him on my show.
You realize we never talked to him again after your show. Like, that was it.
I've only talked to him in sad tweets I didn't respond
He basically quit Kill Tony live on Getting Dug with High.
It was not a smart move on his part.
Yeah, agreed. He's trying to impress you.
I should have hung in there. Just understand how the business works and thought that one appearance on my show nobody enjoyed.
Right.
Would turn into
especially.
Yeah. He thought that was something. He thought he was in after that.
Oh,
and that went very poorly.
Yeah, that's the worst thing. Like, if anybody ever says, like, if I'm on the road and they're like, hey, Tony, man, I saw you on Getting Dug with High, like, my heart just melts immediately, because it's by far the worst thing that I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, that episode of that show, and I was so excited to do it, too. I'm like, I smoke pot all the time.
I dare say part of the problem, other than him, Iron Patriot being annoying, was another big problem was you got more quiet than I've ever seen in your life.
Right. Yeah.
Brian was not only up and into it and happy, he was blowing hits into Iron Patriot every single time he took a hit. He would blow it at him. And I think it was his girlfriend and they were trying to save money.
I was so...
I swear, he must have gotten so fucking high inside that suit. And, that's not the best place. High is not the best place to be when you're not professional. Even a professional comic, I probably shouldn't do it.
Right.
But he definitely shouldn't have been.
I got too high from the very beginning. I treated it like a regular appearance on the show. So I got there all coffeeed up. And then I got high as fuck immediately. And then the Patriots started getting out of control. So the reason why I'm not talking during it, most of it, isn't because of how high I actually
You were just distancing yourself from the whole experience.
I was so furious that if I would have started talking about it, I knew that I was gonna.
Dude, during the first break, hey, you know what, Brian, Doug, do you agree that Patriot's not working out? We should walk him off the set now? That's all you needed to say.
Looking back on it, we would have done that. He was only supposed to be in the second half, but you asked to have him on the whole thing. Yeah.
Because you guys, he was the co-host of your show at the time.
We're missing out on a great podcast while rationalizing the worst podcast any of us have ever done.
I fired him yet when I said, hey, bring him along. I thought, that was the show. You guys were into him.
I think he's dead.
It was
just a suit walking around with
There's
a dead guy.
a suit on a bus right now.
It's just programmed to go from home to here. It smells horrible.
I'm just saying, get the guy that wears the rabbit costume all the time, or get somebody else to stand there.